All right, and we are live, I think. Just gonna do some tests here. Yeah, it looks like we are. All right, cool. Do a test. Just say something so we can do a quick test.
Uh, hello. Hello, hello.
Okay, sounds pretty good. Say something again.
Hi.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn you up slightly. All right, cool. That should be great. That should be great. All right, well, gotta get rid of this thing here. I'm just gonna pull up the elections here. I'm gonna pull up like a video in the background and just kind of maybe listen to it ever so slightly in the background.
Yeah, I can see it actually. I've got you up on Twitch.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, Luke, thanks for coming by. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you.
Thanks
You
for
know,
having me.
yeah. It's kind of. I know we have. It's kind of a weird time to kind of like have your podcast or your interview during an election season. But I think it's. I love that idea. It's kind of funny to have like my British friend, come on during one of the most eventful moments in American history.
I
Um,
was just about to say they say this every election, every UK election, every US election. They always say for the last 8 years, this is the most important election in our history, in the history of this nation. And they've said this in this country, in the UK back in May last election, but they've been saying that for like 9 years, and they've been saying that about the US as well. They always say this is the most important election in history. I
yeah,
just think that's very interesting.
it's true. You're right about that. They always do. So it's hit or miss. But
Yeah,
but
yeah.
but to be and by the way, hello Honeybee Cat and Bucci. Thank you guys for coming by. How you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. Um,
Sorry to
but
get political.
No, it's fine. Yeah, don't apologize. I'm not gonna be sorry. I don't care. The thing
Yeah,
the thing about this is like we'll just kind of jump into this because I know this is kind of it's front and center. I kind of wanted to talk a bit more just like you and me at first, but I think we might do that afterwards
yeah.
instead because this is a little bit this is like my nerves are already there. I might have to get high because I'm so excited. I'm literally so ecstatic about all of this. Like not like in a nervous, anxious way, and that goes even for Donald Trump winning. It doesn't really like my excitement is just through the roof. But I just want to like respond to what you said about people always calling this the most important election. I do think this one is particularly unprecedented. And the reason for that could be that I'm only now paying more attention than I ever have before. That's very possible, but I don't think that's the only factor. Because it seems I mean that's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you today about that is because you're not from this country. And while you are probably more familiar with American politics and maybe someone else that doesn't have a lot of Discord friends or overseas friends like you do in England, but perhaps you might be able to like shed some light on this. Like, how does the rest of your area, like your friends, your family, your country, how do they react to this kind of news? Do they pay super close attention to it? Are they very invested in it? Um, yeah, tell me about that.
I tell you what, before 2016, I don't recall a lot of people following any US politics.
No, we're
Um,
watching the U.S.
Someone
election,
like my dad, for
Bushi.
example, he's very interested in that, but he's just very interested in world politics in general. But like for a lot of people I know, they didn't really pay like when Obama was in, no one was really following the stuff between him and McCain and what was the other? Was it Mitt Romney? Was that the other guy he ran against
Obama ran against
2012?
two people. He ran against McCain his first term, and the second term was Mitt
Yeah,
Romney.
that was yes, yeah, Mitt Romney, yeah, and I remember that because you know I was online, I was speaking to a lot of people from the US, but a lot of people I know weren't really following that. But it was 2016 where things changed, where the media was much more fixated on what was going on in the US with
Oh, dude, yo,
Donald
thank you for
Trump,
coming by, Bucci.
and
Yeah, I'll
with 2020, that that week where they were
one
doing the
second.
count, of the stop the count. All the stuff in Michigan
Yeah,
and the
I remember.
yeah, it was
That made
that
war.
was on all the time on news. And right now, um, everyone's invested in it as they would be the UK election that was on back in May. Now, I will admit, I think the UK election obviously was much more focused on, but with the US election right now, I know so many people right now who are staying up to watch it in the
Wow,
UK. So people
really?
are, yeah, people. I'm not the only one staying up right now. I know a few people from work. I know some other old friends of mine who are
Yeah,
actually doing their own little watch parties,
yeah,
taking the day off work
yeah, yeah.
just to find out what's going on because they're that invested in this.
That's amazing. I remember a lot of people were paying super close attention to the British the what do you call it? The monarchy thing. The where they I don't know. I don't care about that sort of thing. No offense to you or England, but the
Oh
royal
no,
family and stuff like that. I know a lot of people here are really invested in that too. It's really a big deal over here. Um, and by the way, real quick, hello
we see
sugar.
money.
I was
Oh, sorry.
sorry, real quick. Hi, Sugar Kiwi and Yambuchi. Blasian, I do remember you. Yeah, thanks so much for stopping by, man. If you're still here, sorry you came on this stream. This is kind of a special one. I'm just talking to my friend Luke, the Phantomist, if you don't remember him, and we're just kind of commentating on the election and just kind of chill and talk for a while. I might play a game a little bit later, depending on how I feel, but the future streams probably won't be like this. It'll be something. It won't be politics usually. Um, but yeah. Anyway, so, hello. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. But sorry to interrupt, Luke. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. When you said monarchy, what was that? The when
When somebody
when
was swapping
Charles?
places, yeah, when Charles or some new person came into
Yeah,
the kingdom or something.
I mean, obviously that's yeah. People cause a big fuss over that over here, but I don't think I've ever told you about what I think of the monarchy.
No.
I just never really cared. But I think part of it is that I was raised in a family that didn't actually give a shit about. Some people are different. I know people who grew up in families where their parents loved them and they've got a picture of the fucking Queen on the wall or something like that. But with me, like I just had parents who just didn't care. Like they're just sort of like, yeah, they exist, but that's it. And that's kind of how I am with them. It's like I'm not even. I've been called anti-monarchy, but I'm not. I wouldn't even say that. It's just I don't really care enough about them. I
Hmm.
know a lot about them because of what I see on the news, and but I don't really follow them in the sense that if we have a new king or a new queen or whatever, I'm not gonna sit there and watch the live event because it just doesn't mean anything to me, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Um, I'm looking at the results right now, and it's looking like. Oh, actually, you know what would be really fun, Luke? Can you see? Can you? You know what I'm gonna do with you right now? Can you see Discord?
Yeah, I can. Yeah,
I'm gonna share my screen with you. Okay. I want you to tell me something. Hold on. Hold on. Don't cheat. Don't look yet. Don't look yet. Uh, hold on.
my eyes are covered.
All right, bro. All right, bro. All right, bro. All right, bro. Look at this. Look at this map. Look at my stream.
I'm scared.
Open your eyes. Don't be a pussy. Look at it and and then we're gonna name all the states you can. Rapid fire. Ready? Can you see my mouse or no?
Yes, I can.
All right. What state is this?
California,
Nice. What about this one?
Nevada,
Yeah. Well done. What about this one?
hmm. Arizona.
Yeah. Are you cheating? These are kind of
No,
easy ones so far.
yeah, yeah. I know if we go Midwest, I'll probably struggle.
Well, to be honest, me too, bro. I don't know shit about geography. I'm not invested. I'm
Like
not invested at all. I know
West and East Coast are quite easy for me. There's probably a couple of southern ones that I could name, but like when it
what's this
comes to
one.
like, I think that's Texas. I
Yeah,
could be wrong.
you do. Come on, look at the
Yeah,
shape. Everyone knows the shape of Texas in America, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah. No, it's because Texas is big. It's like what the
Yeah,
second biggest state.
yeah. It is.
Yeah.
I think it is. I don't know. I don't. Yeah, it's fucking huge. What about this one?
See, this is what I have no idea.
Okay, me neither. I think that's Oklahoma. Pretty sure. Uh,
You don't
no,
know?
I don't know either. I just started paying attention to
Oh
this shit.
god.
When it comes to geography, no, I don't. I'm quite ignorant. I'd have no shame admitting that, like a typical American. I should be more familiar with this, but I am
Okay.
familiar with like a lot of like state-specific legislation and capitals and stuff like that. I'm more familiar with like the boring legal. I don't know what the term is, but I'm more familiar with the everything that doesn't have to do with the actual shape and geography of the states. So where they're placed, I don't really know. But the reason I
Do you
was
want to try
asking you
some
is,
more? Or oh, sorry.
what was your question?
I was gonna say, did you want to try quiz me on more,
Oh,
or
sure.
was
Yeah,
I?
let's do that. Actually, we could let's do this. Hold on. Look away from my screen. We're gonna do this real fast.
I'm
Um,
not looking.
um, I think there's something like this. I don't know what you would call it. Um, no, let's not do that one. 1 second. Hold on. Uh, Maybe if I type in fill in American map quiz or something like that. Whatever. Okay, okay, look at my stream now. All right.
Hmm.
And let's try to name them. So we know that this one's Texas.
Yeah.
Um, Texas. We know that this one is California, as you guessed already.
Your state.
My state. I sent you a DM. Oh, you did? Oh, thank you. Thanks, Kelly. Uh, okay, next let's do Arizona. We know that this is Arizona. What the fuck? No. Wait. Fuck. You know what? Fuck this. Let's just go back to this. Okay. Um, this is Texas. This is wait. What state is this?
Next to Texas.
Yeah, in between
Uh,
Texas and Arizona.
Colorado.
No.
Oh, okay. That's the first one I got wrong. New Mexico.
Yeah,
Okay, right. So
yeah.
it's not far off.
It is New Mexico. What about this one on the right over here? This corner.
I think that's Florida. I could be wrong.
No, it is Florida.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Cool. And then let's just do like a couple more. What about this one? It's kind of cheating because these are not actually where they're placed on the planet. It's a little bit of a hint, but what about this one here?
Oh, is that one? Oh God, is that one Alaska?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And you probably can guess what these are.
Hawaii.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hawaii. Um, let's look at the actual presidential race map though here and see what it looks like. So keep in
A
mind,
lot of red.
it is a lot of red, but I want you to understand what it looked like just a couple minutes ago. Harris was like at 90 electoral votes. These blue states didn't exist yet. It's still too early to call, and who knows what direction it'll go. For instance, like you and I both know. Never mind, I shouldn't say that. But Arizona went blue last time. I always thought of it as like a red state. It's a Most people there are just conservative. It's a Republican state, but it actually voted blue last election. It went to Biden.
I did hear about that. Yeah.
Yeah, which was quite surprising. And I think so did Texas. It was a very odd thing. So Texas going to Trump this time is something that I think people expect. Like any Democrat saying like maybe we'll get Texas is probably wishful thinking. It really always has been kind of deep red. Um, and I have a suspicion that I want your thoughts on.
Hmm.
Um, like I think what happened was I think we have a way higher turnout of Trump voters this year than we did last time because I feel like people just didn't even bother to vote last election. I think a lot of Republicans probably just thought, "Yo, what's up, sexy?" Um, I think that a lot of I'm talking to Seabass, by the way. Sorry, glad to see you live again. Yeah, me too, man. It's nice to see you. And I'm just interviewing my friend Luke, but we're just kind of doing it over the election because it's kind of fun. So appreciate you stopping by. Feel free to stay here as long as you want. But yeah, Luke. So tell me what you think of this. Like, because last election, I think a lot of people just didn't want to vote, They just kind of figured who's going to vote for Biden. You see how old and feeble he is and stuff like that. That was a mentality of a lot of people that wanted Trump to win. They just didn't care. On top of that, there was the pandemic, and a lot of people didn't want to go out to vote, or they believed in these claims from Trump and a lot of the people in his campaign that were kind of stoking fears about election fraud. Like a year prior to the election, they were making claims that the pandemic might be used by the left to win the election. They're going to try to like have you mail in ballots, even though it's less secure. They were making claims like that, which already kind of put in people's minds that take them seriously that, oh, yeah, that's a good point. The system might be rigged. On top of that, a lot of people that it's more likely that if you're a conspiracy theorist, it's more likely that you're going to be on the right than you are on the left. I don't mean any
Yes,
offense by that. That's just a statistical fact. And so
that is a fact. Yeah.
when you have so many conspiracy theorists in one camp here that believe that the system is rigged, always have, even before Trump, and then you have someone like Trump that comes out and says it is rigged, they're rigging it. A lot of people just kind of feel defeated, and I know a lot of Trump supporters that just didn't vote, because they just thought it's rigged. Who cares? Like it'll whatever happens, which is kind of silly, and in my opinion, but because that happened, I think Trump kind of learned his mistake about doing that, sort of, because he's still making claims about election fraud even today. But
And he will again if he loses.
of course, and he will continue to talk about it, even if he wins, especially pertaining to the first election. But my point is that I think more people are activated to vote for Trump now than ever before. There's a lot of people that, like a lot of young guys, like that are now just like 20, 21, that couldn't vote before. Right? Is my math right? People that are like, you know what I'm talking about. There's new like 18, 20-year-old guys
Yes.
and these young men that are, validated by people like Andrew Tate, like people like even Jordan Peterson, a lot of more conservative, masculine figures talking about masculine related issues. Those people are now turned on to vote. So there's a big higher turnout. And people were talking about how like the young male demographic will probably give Trump a significant boost, and I think it has.
Yes.
So my question to you, I'm sorry for that ramble of information, but um, do you think that people are going to um, let me rephrase the question. For actually, while I formulate my question a bit, because I'm kind of all over the place. What do you think about what I'm saying? Do you have any commentary on it or no?
No, I do actually. You brought up the young males, like young men.
Hmm.
It reminded me of an article I was reading recently where they said that there's this gap in between sort of, I'd say like sort of Gen Z men and women. So like, let's say Gen Z men and women between like 20 to 20. What's the oldest Gen Z right now? What, 26, 27?
I think so. Yeah,
Um,
I'm
yeah,
like
like
I'm like right at the cutoff. Like I'm 29, and I think it's 27 is like the Gen Z oldest one. I'm like the
yeah,
youngest of millennial or the oldest of Gen Z. I'm like right there. So yeah, they're pretty close to my age.
yeah.
Uh,
So I'd say let's say from 20 to 25. Just for example,
yeah.
like from 20 to 25, you have um this kind of gap between men and women. Women
Hi, Nene.
um who are mainly more left leaning and will likely be voting for Kamala Harris. While there's kind of this weird spike of young men who are the opposite, who they listen to people like Andrew Tate and funny enough, Joe Rogan. Did you
Right.
know he just endorsed Trump recently?
Did he endorse him?
Yes, he did. It's very recently. I'd say less than 24 hours ago. He
Really?
endorsed Trump. Now he had Trump on his podcast. To me, that's already kind of an endorsement, kind of.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree with you. Yeah, it's
um,
kind of fair
yeah.
enough.
As he may have intended that or
Hi,
not, I'm not
Faye.
sure. But he has officially, I'd say about less than 24 hours ago, he has officially endorsed Trump, and I'm not
Wow,
surprised.
man, fucking
I'm
Joe
not
Rogan.
surprised.
I'm not that surprised
Um,
either, but I am disappointed. Come on, man. What the fuck? What
yeah.
the fuck?
And obviously, that same crowd you're talking about, they listen to people like Joe Rogan as
I
well.
know. It's
Not because I'm saying Joe Rogan is the same as someone like Andrew Tate, but Joe Rogan, let's be honest, he wouldn't be above putting someone like that on his podcast because he's had a lot of, I guess you could say questionable guests who have spouted out things that even he looked confused by. So but like there is definitely this odd gap between young men and women when it comes to political views at the moment. It's definitely there. Not to say obviously all young men listen to Andrew Tate,
Of
obviously
course,
not,
of
but
course,
like there's kind of this, but there is an interesting study to be made about this. What's going on with all these young men who
of course.
listen to conspiracy theories
Right.
and these kind of
Yeah.
alpha red pill guys
Yeah.
who clearly have a problem with women.
Yeah. Um, it's kind of scary about it. It's kind of scary how it's moving, but um, scary only in that if people are holding more credence to people like Joe Rogan and even Elon Musk and people like that, the
Yeah, I
danger.
have very strong opinions on Elon Musk that I
Yeah,
think a lot of people might disagree with.
I'd love to get in that, but let's save it. Let's before because I have strong opinions on Elon Musk as well.
Yeah,
I want to start by saying like, actually no, let's get into Elon Musk in a second. Before that, I just wanted to kind of focus on this topic. Like, a lot of people like the Republicans are very good at messaging. They're good at politics, believe it or not, and um,
I was gonna get into that as well, but yeah, you go on first.
yeah, I think they are, and part of that is because of like the influence, like um like between you and me, I think you know how people argue about they don't really use this term anymore, but they used to be called social justice warriors, like the ultra like
Yes,
loud feminists, and then now people just kind of say woke and wokeism. And
yes,
I think there's a lot of examples where wokeism and cancel culture kind of came together and maybe kind of caused an overcorrection of something. And there's a lot of people that got canceled or had like their lives ruined for reasons they shouldn't have. And a lot of like understandably, if women, if females feel disenfranchised, persecuted, or not heard, then it's not natural for them to be angry with people that aren't listening to them, and naturally that might be men or males. So um, there's so understand like for me like listening to like a lot of loud people going like men suck, men are worse, men are the pigs. I'm just like I this doesn't make me feel good. Like I never said that about women. Like why are you saying this about me? I'm not like that. And there's a lot of people like me that felt that way. And I think the problem is like that's not helping anybody when you get that angry about something. And what happens is when people like Donald Trump and Andrew Tate, which are horrible, come out and say horrible things, then people, or actually, let me rephrase that. What they say doesn't have to be horrible. When they say something that is genuine, like when Andrew Tate says, dude, like it's hard to be a man. Like if you're not 6 foot tall, you have a less likely you're not making millions of dollars. Like there's some good points that he makes about having like men are more likely to commit suicide. They typically have harder jobs. You're taught to like just be tough. Like a lot of men will make fun of you, including Andrew Tate would probably make fun of you for crying or being emotional or vulnerable. You had this
I
overcorrection.
don't think I was gonna answer,
The
but you say go.
Yeah, I'm almost done. The point is that people are going to feel a lot more validated by someone like Donald Trump and Andrew Tate, and I don't blame them when you have like you know well, I can blame them a little bit. I should be careful with my words, but tell me if you disagree. I think that they might have spawned from that kind of part of wokeism. The problem is that a lot of people just, in the same way that you can do this with anything, whether it's left, right, or anywhere, you can just get sucked into a belief out of anger. It's really easy to get angry about something, and it's really hard to admit that you might be mistaken when you're angry. And people like Andrew Tate and Donald Trump make people angry at the other side. But yeah, what do you think about that?
Well, yeah, people like Donald Trump and Andrew Tate in particular, the whole men feeling validated by someone like Andrew Tate. Tate doesn't care about them. That's something that I've told a few people. Unfortunately, I've spoken to people that I've known for a long time that started following Andrew Tate and loving the things he says, and I've had to explain to them that he doesn't. He says he cares about you, but he doesn't. He admittedly he has admitted that he's taken advantage of men. He's admitted that he's scammed men. For things that saying that if you enroll in my like sort of because what was that university scheme
Hustlers
he had? It
University.
was, yeah, so he's like admitted and laughed about scamming men.
Hmm.
He is not someone who actually cares about men. He says he does, but he doesn't. He's taken advantage of this situation where there's, like I said, I was talking about the kind of division between men and women. He's aware of this. It's not like and this is what I think about Trump as well. As much as I immensely dislike Trump and I think he's a complete bigot, I don't think he's like certain media outlets like to portray him as just some buffoon that doesn't realize what he's doing. Like, oh, he's not aware of the influence he has. I think he's totally aware of the influence he has. That's the scary part about Trump. That's another reason why I don't like him, because I think he's completely aware of the influence he has on his followers, especially the ones who stormed the Capitol. He knows that if he says, "Yeah, let's start a riot," they'll do it. He knows what influence he has on his followers. He's like a cult leader
No, mate, it's not a
almost.
new mic. It's the same one
He
I've always had. But
knows
thank you.
that he can say literally anything, and his followers will just go along with it. You know, I like to think that not all of his followers would go along with it, but a scary amount do. And again, it's almost like I almost feel bad for some people, because it's like they don't really know what they're doing, because they think that Trump is like some sort of god. Like, he's manipulated. So and that's the thing. He's a master manipulator, Trump. I think if there's anything he's definitely good at, he's good at manipulating people who like him. And he's taken full advantage of that, and that's why I find him scary. As I would find a lot of what I see to be borderline fascist leaders to be quite intimidating. I think he's actually a lot more scary than people give him credit for. They just think he's just harmless, but he's not harmless. He kind of he empowers a lot of potentially violent people, and instead of holding responsibility and saying, "Hey, my followers shouldn't be that way. They should be respectful," and he kind of encourages it. He tells people, "Yeah, let's shoot people in the face." He
Yeah.
makes all kinds of odd comments like that. I mean, what was that comment he made about I think it was Cheney's daughter. He
All
said,
the guns pointing at her face.
yeah, and his thing, I don't like Cheney at all. But why is he doing that? Why is he using that kind of language to encourage violence? You don't hear that coming from say what you want about Kamala Harris, and I have my opinions on the Democratic Party as well, but you don't hear anything coming from them that any comments like that from them. So it's kind of like the whole attitude of Trump and the things that the threats that they throw out. That's his followers. They take that seriously, or a scary amount of his followers do. And that's why, yeah, in a way, Trump is dangerous. I don't think he's just some buffoon. He definitely knows what he's doing, and he doesn't care who he hurts. And again, I'm not painting the Democrats as saints. No, there's a lot of problems with the Democrats, and it's the same with the Labour Party in my country, who are back in power. While I'm glad the Tories are out, the Conservative Party, I think the Labour Party right now, their biggest problem is that they're keeping things the same. They don't want change. They before they got in, they're like, we're going to be progressive and we're going to make this country better, but they have done nothing. They've just kept it the same. That's my problem with my country at the moment. And I think that's the worst thing about the Democratic Party in the US. They're not really going to do much to change. Biden, is an establishment politician, as Kamala Harris. They're not really going to do much to change the US or make it better. Probably even make it worse in some ways. But with Trump, though, yeah, he probably wants to make a lot of changes, but none of it will do the people any good.
What would you say to someone that says Trump might, fan the flames? He might say things like, he might have some violent rhetoric of his own. But what would you say to someone that argues the left does it just as much, if not more, and calling Trump Hitler and stuff that might incentivize someone like the 2 assassination attempts on him?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The left, there is a lot of anger on the left in the progressive side of things. There's no denying that at all, and there's definitely a lot of comparisons to Hitler, which you got to be careful of the comparisons to Hitler. But it's like I somewhat understand it, but at the same time, like I've said, I've almost kind of compared Trump to a fascist just now
Mm.
myself, but I didn't use the word Hitler because I'm being careful of that because that's a very tricky one to tiptoe around. I personally never used the Hitler comparison,
Me neither.
but I do think Trump flirts with fascism. I think he does definitely like he almost kind of fancies himself as one. But
That's a funny way
yeah,
to
a
put
lot of
it.
people.
I like that.
Well, that's the way I see it. Yeah, but with Hitler, that's one that's thrown a lot. I've heard that one for years. When I was first on the internet, you would always hear if something was bad, like, "Oh, this new game, it's so terrible, it's worse than Hitler." Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's the thing. That's what people do. They always compare something really bad to Hitler,
Yeah.
and it becomes a little bit meaningless. So that
Yes.
the Hitler comparison is a little bit. You got to be careful with that
Yeah,
one.
I agree with you. I think people maybe throw out terms and get too comfortable with it, and then they cut, like you said, they sort of lose their meaning.
Yeah, but like again, I do think that there's a lot of comparisons of fascism to be made of Trump, but the Hitler one, uh, that's one people just like to throw out. They just go, "Oh, he's worse than Hitler," or he's or he's exactly
Mhm.
like Hitler, and it's like, well, not literally exactly like Hitler, but
Right.
maybe there's certain aspects. I do remember once though that someone did. I think they read out a Mussolini quote. And compared it to one of Trump's quotes. I can't remember the exact quote though, so I'd have to look it up maybe. But and someone did say that the quote was very similar, like eerily similar. So again, there's some comparisons to be made of Trump and fascists, but yeah, the Hitler one, like I said, it's a little bit meaningless when you don't have anything to back it up with. But there is yeah, undeniably, there's been some violence from a lot of left-leaning, I'd say more so activists, and a lot of anger. A lot of it I understand. I don't think I don't condone any violence or justify it in any way. I don't even think the assassination was really you know, I didn't celebrate that. I didn't say that was a good thing or anything like that. But I see where this is coming from, though. The Trump assassination. I admit I have my own story with that. Um, I was unaware of it for a good 8 hours because I think I went to sleep, woke up, and a friend of mine texted me saying, "Oh, did you hear about Trump?" And I jokingly, as a joke, I said, "What? Did someone kill him?" And he said, "Well, you say that, dot, dot, dot." And I was like, "What, is he dead?" And he's like, and he sent me an article and he'd been shot. So I was like, I was literally just joking. I didn't think, I didn't think that's what you were going to tell me. And that's what happened. Yeah. And again, I was shocked, to be fair. I was actually quite shocked because I was kind of like, okay, I didn't know this is where we were going. But was it that the guy that shot him, was he like a Republican? That's
he
what I
was
heard.
a registered Republican, and
Okay.
but conveniently everyone talks about how he donated like $15 or $30 to the Biden campaign
Okay.
that year, I guess. So everyone on the right just keeps calling him a Biden donor that shot Trump. But like
Yeah.
if you look into his history, I guess I should be careful with how I say it. I'm not convinced that he was a Biden fan. I think he was just a Trump hater at some point. But I don't. That's just my opinion, and I haven't looked much deeper into it. I just know that there isn't any evidence so far that he is like this staunch Biden supporter or anything like that. He donated like $30 to the campaign, um, but he also was like very much into guns and rifles, and he was part of a rifle club at school or something like that. Um, but anyway, I agree with you, and I think you want to be careful with like calling Trump Hitler and stuff like that. But I mean, what Faye just said a moment ago, I think that's true. There is very a notable distinction between the campaign strategies. Kamala Harris
Yes. Yeah.
does Kamala Harris and did try to have more sense of unification and they did attack the other side, but it was really kind of strictly on Trump, and the right kind of was like there's a lot more vitriol, in my opinion, coming from the right at the moment, and
Oh, exactly.
yeah, there is vitriolic Kate that does come from the left, but it's silly to say it only comes from one side, and the difference is that, like, I don't know if I want to say this right now or not. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it. I got to be really careful with how like personal I want to get into this, but um, yeah, I'll just say it. Like a big distinction between someone like on the left and on the right is um, most pretty much everybody that I've talked to that has voted for Trump, that's willing to talk. Most people aren't willing to talk if they vote to if they vote about Trump. Um, they always say, I look at the big picture and I don't care about your specifics. If you break down specific examples of their policy or their actions, or even worse, like what they said, they never want to get that deep. They want to just say broadly, well, what about this and what about this and what about this and what about this and what about this, what about this? And when you put them all together, it does look like Trump is persecuted unfairly and judged by the media unfairly. But if you dissect and look at each one of those examples, almost none of them have any merit to it or validity. And the problem is that when I talk to someone like that, when you start with one example and then let's just say I debunk it. Let's just say that I do. Instead of just acknowledging that and being like, okay, good point, they'll either say I haven't heard about what you're saying, or they'll say, well, what about this thing? What about what Kamala said over here? They'll always move on to something else. And like I think that's what people are doing. They create this like web of ideas that are told to them, that stories like from people like Alex Jones or Trump or whoever, and then that's enough for them. And then they kind of get convinced and they're like, you know what, you're right. That is a good point. CNN and MSNBC and these guys did lie and they did mess up here. I'm never going to watch them again. I'm never going to trust them. And if you point out how Donald Trump did something, they'll say, yeah, but everyone does. And it's nothing compared to what the left did. But you can't even get into that with them. You can't share
Yeah,
or explain like, here, let's look at the specifics. Because they'll be like, nah, I don't need to. Like, you're an idiot. And then they'll move on.
yeah. With Trump, I don't know what it is with Trump, but like I don't know why, but he gets such a free pass from Trump followers, no matter what he does.
Yeah,
There's so many
I
things
know.
where they'll bring up something that, well, the left did this or Kamala did this, and there'll be something that Trump did the exact same thing, and he'll be like, well, that's different. And it's like, well, no, you just criticized the other side for that same thing. What, it's okay if Trump does it? Like, why is it? Why does Trump get a free pass?
Right.
And there's so many examples of that. In fact, so like, this is kind of almost off topic, but like, the Epstein thing, like the whole Epstein flight list thing that everyone was talking about. Do you remember that?
Uh, I'm so sorry. I know about the Epstein flight list. You're relating Trump and the Epstein flight list? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I heard he was on the list. Is that
He
is that correct?
yeah, he was on the list. That's correct.
So many people who talk about that list, they'll talk about all these other people. Like
Hmm.
I think allegedly Tom Hanks was on it, or other people that
Yeah.
are considered left.
Hmm.
And then someone will bring up that, oh, Donald Trump's on the list, and they kind of dispute it. They're like, oh, well, yeah, well, no, well, actually, that's different.
Right.
It's just like, well, no, it's not different. He's on the list, so you can't ignore that. But that's the thing. Like, Trump always gets a pass for some reason, no matter what, from the right, or not exactly the right, but like the Trump supporters. They'll always give him a pass, no matter what he does, says. It's just fascinating to me that they will literally. It's like they feel so committed to him that they will never say a bad word about him. He's like Jesus to them. It's like, oh my god, like whatever he does, we agree with. And that's why I was going back to saying he's a cult leader. He really is, because you know he could tell his followers to jump off a cliff and they'd do it. As crazy as that sounds, he could do that. He has the power to do that to his followers.
Welcome, MC Smasher. Thank you. Yeah, and we are. Yeah, Luke. I think I agree with you. I want to be careful with using terms like that because
No,
I
I
prob
know, but
but
it's just he really is like someone who
what reminds
I
me
don't
of
know what
someone
it
that's
is.
in a cult is like when you ask them about something that like like you said, he always will get a pass, or they'll wave it away,
Yeah,
or they'll say it's AI generated, it's not real, it's fake news, I don't believe he said that, or you're misquoting him, it's out of context. It doesn't matter what you do, you know. Um, Hold on, my mom's calling me. 1 second.
sure. In fact, I might look at the chat for a bit. Yeah, we are getting political. Oh, Faye's here. Hi, Faye. Hi. Yeah, Trump seems to be in the lead, but I don't know. It might be too early to say. And for some reason, uh, Silver's got Ben Shapiro on the screen. Yeah, that's true, Faye. Think that because like someone like Kamala Harris, for example, I think a lot of people who would vote for her, there would be things that she would say that they would disagree with and will openly say, yeah, I don't agree with that of Kamala Harris. But they'll still vote for her because they think she's the better candidate or the better choice for president. While
Damn.
with Trump voters, they will never say that. They're that loyal to Trump that they will actually come up with excuses for him. And like with me, for example, you know, I've voted for in my country for certain candidates, or a certain party. Yeah, I've always voted Labour, but I'm quite critical at the moment of the Labour leader, and then the Prime Minister right now. Does that mean that I'm a conservative? No, it's just I expect better from the party I vote for, and that's what every voter should do. They should be critical, even of the person they have voted for, because they want better. With Trump voters, they have this idea that they can't say anything bad about him, and that's the weird thing about Trump voters to me. I don't understand why they can't ever look at Trump for a more nuanced kind of critical way. Kind of have a critical mindset with him, and still vote for him. But their whole thing is, I have to vote for Trump and I have to say nothing but good things. Why? There's got to be something you disagree with him on. You're telling me there's not one thing that he has said that you disagree with?
I think there's some
I,
people.
I don't I don't believe that.
Yeah,
So
of course. No, no, you're right. You're right. And I think generally speaking, you are correct. What I've noticed when I've started talking to people that are like big Trump supporters, like people that are like big about Trump, not just someone that's like, yeah, I'm kind of like people that love Trump. Like if you call them out on that and say that this is like a cult, man, like you he can do no wrong to you, what they'll often what my this is my anecdote. They always respond by saying, "No, that's not true. I disagree with them very strongly on some things." And I ask for examples, and it's stuff that's like really easy to disagree on. It's something that it's not really antithetical to like your conservative convictions, you know? It's like, for instance, someone will go like, so they'll say like, "Oh yeah, I strongly disagree with him. Like he said something really stupid. Like some of the way he speaks, like he says something off the cuff, it's pretty lame." Or, yeah, he did say that he wishes he could burn, like you could throw you in prison for burning the American flag for a year, but I disagree with that. But he's not going to do it, so who cares? I'm like, yeah, like but that's like exactly like that's kind of easy to throw away. But what about the fact that that he like sent fake electors to disrupt Congress from certifying the election in 2020 or 2021? And he's like, then they're just like, that's not true. He didn't do that. Like that's the fact that you disagree with that basic fact. I don't know what else. I don't know how to work around that. Like it's like I think the reason that they just delete that from their mind is because I think that they know you can disagree with Trump on a couple little things, and that's no big deal. But if you admit that Trump did something wrong regarding January 6th or anything to do with the 2020 election, then they'll never even consider acknowledging that. That's where the problem is with stuff that is
Yeah,
like something that he did that is an objective fact that people still deny. I don't really know. Like at that point, that's what I think um, is the biggest issue. I think
yeah.
you read my recent my if you read like my article like
Yeah.
I would think that people wouldn't be that far gone, but then I heard Candace Owens say that dinosaurs are fake and gay. Like how do you like what do you like, you know what I mean? Like
Wait,
what
wait, no, no, wait. Did she literally say that with both words?
dude, have you not you haven't read my first article on what is truth? Look at this. Read my
No,
article, guys. But no, I'll show you right now, dude. Look at this.
that isn't something you made up, is it? Like,
Are you ready? Here it comes.
oh no, oh no.
Wait, can you hear this? Oh, there we go. This is why. Here we go. Let's start with the moon landing, I guess. Here we go. Moon landing. Oh, sorry, the stream can't hear
Okay,
it. Give me 1 second.
okay.
Question that
She's
people
basically saying
always
the moon
have, two
landing.
Wait,
things.
wait,
First and
wait.
foremost, how could a lie this big pass? Well, I've answered that for you several times. The bigger they lie, the more likely you are to believe it. In fact, on the way in here, I was having a huge debate with my team about dinosaurs. And I was like, man, dinosaurs, it's weird. Evolution, a giant meteor came, hits, and suddenly all the dinosaurs were gone. Tell us that pretty much in third grade. They don't really pick it back up. And of course, people are like, what do you mean? Of course, dinosaurs, it's all very real. The historians say so, the geologists say so, the scientists say so, there are fossils that say so. Tyrannosaurus rex, they were definitely roaming the earth. Didn't you see Jurassic Park? They even got the media treatment. Whether you believe in vaccines, dinosaurs, COVID, how many times are we going to put our faith in the experts and the historians and the scientists?
She doesn't like any of those guys.
Oh
Here,
my god.
here's a more specific example on just dinosaurs. I have to show you the clip, man. Here's one.
You don't believe
What the fuck? Why does it mute all the time? Sorry about that. Here we go.
There is a Christ conspiracy that's happening right now, which is the intentional removal of Christ because they want people not to believe in God, but instead to believe in humans. That is what evolutionary theory was about. I was just walking. I was like, dinosaurs, that seems pretty fake and gay. There was no concept of a dinosaur until 1850. That's very
my
recent.
God.
Within that same decade, they were like, dinosaur bones. And they started finding them everywhere. I'm like, okay, so nobody found this. And then like suddenly there's entire museums.
Dinosaurs.
I think I've just received permanent brain damage. Just listening to that.
Dude, that's not even the worst thing. Dude, when dude, when when she was making a video about Andrew Tate and there was a there was allegations and a lawsuit about young woman being sexual wrongdoing to a minor. And this guy is associated with Andrew Tate, part of his university. And Candace Owens says that she drops the name of the victim. She reveals the name of the victim and says, like, she probably is making this shit up. Like her story is not really adding up. I'm not going to reveal the name of the person that supposedly raped her or did something horrible to her, or whatever he did, because out of respect for that, and we don't know the full story, but she did give the name of the actual victim. Like, what the fuck? She also defends Andrew Tate on everything. Like, he didn't say that. Look at what I said 10 years ago. Dude, like 2 years ago, he was bragging about fucking 15-year-old girls. 16-year-old girls.
Yeah.
He was literally bragging about that like 2-3 fucking years ago. That's not a long time ago. Okay? And even if it was 10 years ago, look at what he's talking about right now. Nothing's really changed. Anyway, the good news is that like Andrew Tate specifically is falling off. I think that eventually he's just gonna be nothing but he'll wave away. He's already lost a lot of his muster. I'm just worried about what would replace him.
Well, I was just about to say that. I think the problem with someone like him is someone else will come along, and that person might be worse. That's the I hope that doesn't happen, but unfortunately, when you have someone like him, it's going to enable the next big one. The next Andrew Tate.
Right.
And this person will go out of their way to be 10 times worse because they know it will get them, attention.
Yeah.
And they'll say things that they think that young men want to hear, and yeah, and they'll take advantage of men who are impressionable and like
Exactly.
vulnerable.
Very impressionable. It's
Yeah,
really a shame, and like what's sad, like what makes me sad about it is that I know, like, and by the way, like like I encourage dissenting opinions on here. So I would love if any one of you voted for Trump or like Trump to share your thoughts, and I'm not going to make fun of you unless you make fun
and
of
tell
me.
me why I'm wrong.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to do. I want to talk to you and go over specifics and like and understand where I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I want to understand that. When I do talk to people, they never understand it as well as I do. Like, and that's well, they can. I'm not claiming to be an expert on this by any means. But when I talk to someone that's a staunch Trump supporter, they're the one that wants to back away and say, "I'm done with this. I'm done." They're always the one that walks away and leaves, and never wants to engage on facts or specifics. I mean, look at what Candace Owens said. Like, she's criticizing science and historians and experts. She criticizes all of them and says that we need to start putting our faith somewhere else, like in the Bible, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I agree, Faye. Yeah, it's it's all for views and money, but it actually has like the real effect. Yeah,
yeah,
a negative effect.
yeah, that is the problem. Uh, that's just one of the problems with the system that we have. And it's not even to be critical of the system. I'm not an anti-capitalist or anything like that. But there's you have to understand the consequences of things, and it's like people don't care about them. Like I think Andrew Tate understands what happens. Like he does. Like we both talked about. He knows when he's scamming men what the implications of that and the effect it can have. He just doesn't care. I think Trump's kind of similar. It's that, or they might be convincing themselves that they are doing no wrong and they're just being, unfairly persecuted. But yeah, and my point is, if anyone does disagree, please do come share your thoughts. But let's talk
And
about you.
also,
No, you
oh,
first,
sorry.
and I'll ask my question afterwards. Say what you're going to say first.
I was going to say, like, and also with people like Andrew Tate and Donald Trump and other kind of people with extremist views, they often will spout out, "Well, it's freedom of speech. I can say what I want, do what I want." But they fail to understand that you can have consequences from that. Like, I could say some crazy extreme things and encourage violence and all that kind of stuff, but there could be consequences to that. Someone could take me seriously and act upon those actions. That would make me responsible, and there would be consequences. So, yes, freedom of speech, and I believe in freedom of speech as well. But like, there are consequences to some words. You're good at. You will be held accountable. And just because you're held accountable doesn't mean, oh, they're taking away my freedom of speech. No, they're holding you accountable. It's a difference,
Mm-hmm.
They're not putting you in prison because you voted differently or you believe this or believe that. It's because you used your influence
Exactly.
and you endangered people's lives, and people are holding you accountable for it. You're not being cancelled. You're being told, look, this is what you did, and you're being held accountable. But you don't want to be held accountable. You just want to blame it on, oh, well, my freedom's been taken away. And try and manipulate it and make yourself look like the victim. And that's what people like Andrew Tate do.
I do agree. Yeah, like you guys said, like they just don't really care, you know.
No, yeah.
And that wouldn't really bother me that much if it wasn't working on impressionable young people. That,
Yeah.
and I don't blame them. Like, I think that could have worked on me. I don't think it makes you stupid or a bad person if you get swept up in this necessarily. Because I know people that are swept up in it, and they are good people. They're not bad, and most of them aren't even stupid. But that just goes to show the power of influence. Like anyone is at risk of that happening to them. It's usually the people that think it could never happen to them that gets stuck in that sort of mindset. I really wish people would. I wish people did more introspection. But what are your opinions on Elon Musk? You said you had really strong ones.
God. Where do I start?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
to put it nicely, I'm not a fan. I definitely the whole thing with him is because I know a lot of people that really like him, and are willing to put aside his questionable views because the guy's smart. He does this. He does great business, and he's a billionaire, so he's clearly smart. Um, and that's one thing, but I refuse to call it X. By the way,
Paul, can you just rephrase real quick? 'Cause I think my audio kind of glitched. You said ever since he took over X, or ever since he took over Twitter?
yeah, I
Okay.
refuse to call it X. By the way,
Okay.
I'm going to be. I know he calls it dead naming, for
Yeah.
but it's Twitter. Okay, it's Twitter. It's not X to me. And he's kind of. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he thinks that he's saving the platform. But if anything, he's made it worse. He says that people should be allowed to say what they want to say. Yet if someone has an opinion on Elon Musk, he will block them or suspend them. My
Not
biggest
Epstein.
issue with Elon Musk is ego. He clearly is very self-centered to the point that it actually annoys me. Like there's a lot of people in this world who are self-centered. Yeah, Donald Trump being one of them, and many other world leaders and politicians. But Elon Musk, there's something about him. I can't help but get annoyed every time I see him say anything or a tweet. Sometimes I'll read a tweet of his, and I'm irritated. Like really, the way he looks at the world is completely different from how I look at the world. And I don't know if it's to do with being a billionaire, because I feel like that some people, when they become billionaires and something in their brain just sparks. You know what I mean? Like something happens. That's why if something happens to me, if I become a billionaire, I'll tell someone, look, take away half my wealth, because clearly this does something to you. Being a billionaire, it does something to your brain, where you are completely separated from reality and you don't know what things are anymore. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, Elon Musk just seems so separated from reality to me, and it to the point that it actually irritates me.
Do you like I kind of I agree. Like I used to really just like Elon Musk. I just thought he was kind of cool, and this is a time when I wasn't paying any attention to politics really. I just kind of like doing my own thing, and I still to this day don't enjoy it, and that's why I don't really want to continue doing this moving forward. Really, I just kind of am excited about the election tonight, and it's a fun opportunity to talk to you. Which, by the way, thank you again for coming on, wonderful friend. Luke, go follow him on all of his socials. He's on Kick and Rumble. He talks about how the election was stolen in 2020. He's got a verifiable proof. It's amazing. Um, but
I almost believed you there. I was like, who's this guy?
later on, I may or may not comment on it here and there if people want that, but I don't have a personal interest in doing it. And I certainly wasn't before. There's a reason, like even in my Discord server, I ask people to kind of refrain from talking about politics, not because it's against the rules or anything. I'm not interested in it. Now I don't really care. People can talk about what they want, but but at that point in my life, I'm just kind of like I don't really care. I just was into movies and video games and philosophy. I just didn't really care about politics. It just kind of seemed like nonsense. But this election was just so unprecedented because what really turned me on to it wasn't even. It was like basic things. I was like, all of a sudden, people on the right, or people like Elon Musk, or even Jordan Peterson, like people like that just kind of would. Actually, let's just focus on Elon Musk. Like he had edgy humor. He would post memes, and obviously he is a smart and successful guy, and that seemed cool. It was like a real life Tony Stark. Like that's kind of cool. But he also just was like a normal guy. He plays Overwatch. He streams video games. He seems like a chill dude. He seemed cool. And I was just like, cool, I got no problem with him. I might disagree with him here or there on something if I learn more about him, but that wasn't a big deal to me. But then he started like endorsing a fucking, then he was giving a free pass to Alex Jones on Twitter. Then he was letting Andrew Tate back on Twitter.
Yeah.
I mean, that stuff, like, even then I was like, I kind of disagree with that, but whatever. It's his platform now, and whatever. I kind of moved on from that. And I would look at people like Duolingo and after he bought Twitter, and people like other companies were like leaving. They were like, "Guy, I'm out of here. Once Elon takes it, I'm leaving." And I kind of like made fun of those guys. I'm like, "Really? Like you guys are that like fucking snowflakes? Like who cares? Like whatever." But but dude, then he kept going. Then he kept like supporting Trump, retweeting Trump memes, and it's just fucking endorsed him, financially contributed to his campaign. He agreed to the Trump with the Trump's campaign's request to remove that leaked audit document on JD Vance, and they removed that from Twitter. So you weren't. I think even now you're still not allowed to post that. And started just he became a Trumpy, and I don't even know if he's being serious. And I think I think not even that long ago, a couple years ago, there's leaked tweets of him saying that he doesn't like Trump at all and thinks he's a buffoon and doesn't believe any of it. I think even then he was still kind of like giving flattering opinions about Trump, but I think at the time he admitted that he doesn't actually believe it, doesn't really think that way.
And the thing with Elon Musk is he always goes on about freedom of speech. He believes in freedom of speech until it's something he disagrees with. That's the type of person that Elon Musk is, and again, that's why it irritates me so much, because he goes on like, "Yeah, I believe in freedom of speech," but somebody says something left wing, suddenly he's not, suddenly he's not for freedom of speech.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like that's what irritates me about him.
Sure.
So many double standards with that guy.
Of course.
I find it.
Yeah, many, no, of course. Go on as long as you want. I think that I have a rambling problem, so feel free to interrupt me. I want to focus on interviewing and talking to you more than myself anyway. But
Faye is right. With all the respect and all due respect, he is severely deranged. Yes, absolutely.
The only reason I'm not just gonna agree and say that is because I don't want to make a diagnosis, and I like being extra careful with my words about this sort of thing. But I do agree that I'm just gonna talk like a human for a second, okay? Colloquially, between us girls here, yeah, he's fucking insane. I don't know how. There's no way that he believes the shit that he is saying. I don't know that he does. Or if he does, then he must be that far gone, like Candace Owens. Dude, you're wanting to send us to Mars, okay? I don't. It's hard for me to trust someone that wants to help humanity make it to Mars when we can't even agree that mRNA vaccines are actually vaccines. If we can't do that, then what the fuck? How can we move forward if we can't agree on that basic fact? Are mRNA vaccines? Remember when Destiny debated Jordan Peterson? Have you seen that? This is so fucking funny. Keep in mind.
I've heard about it. I haven't seen it.
Can I show you?
I've watched Destiny before, but...
Can I show you a clip from it? Hold on.
Yeah, and Jordan Peterson's another person where someone had a great analysis about him. I can't remember who it was, but someone basically said Jordan Peterson's the type of person that conservatives would have hated years ago, but they now like him because he has right-leaning views. So no matter what he says, they'll be like, "Oh, he's smart because he thinks this."
Exactly.
I think that too. So that makes him smart. So it's kind of like, oh. Okay.
Right. You're an idiot if you disagree with me, and you're a genius if you do agree.
Yeah.
That's how you measure the intellectual quotient.
Yeah. Oh god.
Hold on, I have to find you this clip.
And then someone I know said that he sounded like Kermit the Frog. And I can't off my head.
Yeah, he does. He does.
I just picture Kermit.
Look.
Do you remember that time where he bitched about Elmo?
No, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is real. I thought this was fake at first. I thought, oh, that's funny, AI. But no, it's real.
Why do you hate Elmo
He actually, someone asked him about Elmo.
I found the clip. Can we watch it together? It's 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. And
right.
he went off on one. He was fucking angry.
Let's see what happened. Wait, hold on, real quick. Let me make sure we can hear this. Hold on.
He's a cringing little milksop of a puppet.
Wait, can you hear that?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Why do you hate Elmo so much?
He's a cringing little milksop of a puppet. He's whiny. He's false. He's fake. Nice. There's not. He wasn't a Jim Henson creation, by the way. I like the Jim Henson puppets. They all had an edge. They were funny. Jim Henson was funny. Like he was a terrible stoner. And you could tell that in Sesame Street.
Yeah, you could.
We used to sit around when I was a teenager and get stoned and watch Sesame Street. I mean, nobody could invent the Count who hadn't smoked like 8 pounds of weed.
Cookie Monster.
Or the Cookie Monster,
what is
exactly.
that?
And so Jim Henson was a hoot, and the Muppet Show was very funny. Elmo's like the politically correct puppet of the Muppet troops, and that whiny voice just grates. Everything about that bloody puppet grates on me. Elmo, sickening puppet. He's got particularly politically correct on recent years in Sesame Street too. I saw some clips lately about him, one of his puppet friends, decrying systemic racism for 4-year-olds.
Oh.
Sickening. So no, Elmo's.
I love I love how like every time he pauses when he's like done, he'll just go like, so like after he's like, so he always does that.
For 4-year-olds.
Oh.
Sickening. So no, Elmo's.
Actually, yeah.
Plus,
when I heard about
if
this,
I remember,
I didn't believe it. I thought it was like some sort of joke, and then I saw this clip, and I'm like, oh my god, he actually did a rant on Elmo. He's actually, and I think this goes further, right? It's not just Jordan Peterson that's done this. I believe, again, I could be wrong. It could be a fake. I don't know, but I saw a tweet where Andrew Tate was ripping into Elmo as well. And I'm like, you're all getting angry over a fucking puppet. Like,
yeah.
Do you realize how ridiculous this sounds? You know?
Yeah, it does sound ridiculous.
I remember, and it gets even funnier. So, you know Piers Morgan?
Yeah, I know Piers Morgan.
Yeah, so he was interviewing, there's a guy named Mick Lynch, he's a union leader over here, and he, on one of his social media, I think it was Twitter, he had a profile picture of, there's an old show called Thunderbirds from like the 60s, and there was a villain in the show. He was like bald, he had big bushy eyebrows, I can't remember the villain's name. But Mick Lynch jokingly says he looks like him, so he had a profile picture of that character. And Piers Morgan challenged him on this and went, so this character you have as your profile picture, you do know he's a terrorist, he's like this villain, you know, and all this. And then Mick Lynch he's trying to take him seriously. He's like, you do realize it's just a character. Like, you know, it's people say I look like this character, and I just went with it. I'm not a terrorist sympathizer, because it's not even a real person. Because Piers Morgan was trying to paint him as a terrorist sympathizer, but it's a character that doesn't exist.
Dude, no,
like, there's a weird thing with puppets at the moment where people will take a puppet and go, this puppet is like the symbol of all my rage, it's politically correct, it's this and that. And it's like, I don't know what it is with conservatives and puppets. It's just like a very strange, unusual hatred of puppets.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah, so I like Jordan Peterson because I think I can sense this goodness in him. I just think that, like, I think after his, I don't know if you know about that, the fiasco where he had to go into rehab for a while when his wife got cancer, and it was like an awful thing for him.
I didn't know.
Yeah, he disappeared from the face of the earth for like a year or two. Like, no one knew what was going on with him. Like, he was like losing his mind for a little bit. Like, something, like he was like, he was diagnosed medication for his depression because his wife was looking like she was going to die. And then he got addicted to the medication that was prescribed to him. And when he was slowly getting weaned off of it, it just like fucked with his psyche, and it was horrible. He's all good now. His daughter helped him out a lot, and I'm glad for that. But ever since then, he's like really doubled down. He joined the Daily Wire. He started talking about conservative things a lot more, like even more than he already did. He started talking about Donald Trump, and like it started to get. And then I'm like, bro, like you don't have to do this. Like, just go back to talking about like a secular interpretation of the Bible. It's way more fascinating. But I look at him talk about vaccines with this guy.
It wasn't a bloody vaccine. No, it wasn't.
So
it was. No one.
They're talking about the mRNA vaccine that was produced for the COVID-19 virus, right? For context.
Yeah.
Okay. What?
It wasn't a
Man, this like watch this.
bloody vaccine. No, it wasn't.
So it was.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's
What,
not.
doesn't it have a 100% success rate? You think it's a definition of vaccine? The whole point of the vaccine is to give your body a protein
It's
to train
not
on
the
so that your
same
immune system works.
technology.
Who cares if it's not the same? There's
They
different
used
types
the word
of...
vaccine so that they didn't have to contend with the fact that it wasn't the same technology.
There are different types of vaccines
There certainly are,
that are
and
different technologies.
fine.
The mRNA vaccines is a type
This
of
used to
vaccine
be
technology.
vaccines. Now this is vaccines.
No, it was like this, and now it's like this.
No. It was like this, and now it's like this.
What the fuck, bro? Like, what the fuck is this conversation? Like what the fuck? What the fuck? I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. Like, these people are so far gone. I don't know what to do. And what's sad is like say what you will, okay? And I say what you will, but I like Jordan Peterson. I know that there's a good person in there, and I know that he's like onto something with some of the stuff that he talks about. But when he starts getting into politics, then I just start cringing. I'm just like, what are you saying? Like, stop. This is so weird. It's so weird.
Yeah, there's some it's interesting saying about how people losing their minds. Do you remember Russell Brand?
Yeah, I remember. He's kind of in the same boat.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about him, because I remember him, because obviously him being from the UK, like, he just started off as just some stand-up comedian. You know, he was a stand-up comedian, and his whole image was, you know, he did a lot of drugs and had a lot of sex. You know, that was kind of his, that was his image, that was his act. Well, I say act, that's just who he was. And he became really big. He was massively popular. He started getting big in the US. Then I think he married Katy Perry at one point, and then that all fell through. But then he started.
I'm going to have been wrong. It's going to be 271.
And when he was becoming political, he was actually very left wing. Like, he was, he was kind of, he had more kind of progressive kind of views. And I remember during the 2015 UK election, he was commentating on that a lot. And I was never really a fan of him. I was never really a fan of his comedy or whatever. At the time, though, in 2015, I thought, oh yeah, I agree with some of the stuff he says. You know, maybe I'd be a fan of his comedy, but yeah, like some of the political points he made, yeah, I agree with. You know, this was in 2015. This was 2015 left-wing Russell Brand. So just because I think a lot of people might forget that. And then something happened in COVID. 2020 happened, and he started becoming very anti-vaccine. And he was questioning a lot of things about the government, and everything was a conspiracy all of a sudden. Like, everything was a fucking conspiracy. And then you can slowly see him going more to the right. And now he recently had a lot of allegations put out against him. There's been like rape allegations, like that's how serious it is.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Which is not surprising because there's a lot of stories about him. Like, that there was stuff about him for years being a bit creepy. So I wasn't shocked when I heard this stuff. And plus, I know someone who works in like television. Well, I know quite a few people who work in like the television industry, and they heard stories. There was someone I know, I won't say who, but someone told me that, yeah, they heard stories about him for years. And it's kind of like everyone knew, but no one really talked, you know. It was kind of like Hollywood, you know, like everyone knows, but it's kind of like.
So you suspect there's a lot of validity to the allegations.
Yeah, because I know a few people like in the television industry who had met him before or had known him in the past, and they'd heard someone else say, yeah, like, I heard he did this, I heard he done that, and it was all like creepy stuff with women. So yeah, the accusations didn't shock me when I heard about it. And then after that, suddenly he goes full Christian. He's saved himself. He's baptized himself, and he's endorsed Trump. You know, it's like, it's weird. Like 2015 Russell Brand, and then Russell Brand now. It's like a weird. Like, it's a complete 180. It's like polar opposite. And
I know.
It's just kind of like. But I think because he got found out, he's now embracing, well, I've been saved, you know, I've been saved by God or something like that. That's his way of getting out of, you know, I guess the allegations. But it is so strange though, like to see him now, like, because again in 2015 he seemed like a, you know, just what I was thinking in 2015 when I saw him. I thought, oh, you know, he seems level-headed, you know, he seems to know his stuff. But like now, it's like, okay, this guy's a creep, and he's a fucking, like, he's just lost his mind. he's now endorsing Trump, which he wouldn't have done all them years ago. But he's clearly got a lot to hide as well, and he's going through interesting lengths to save himself, I guess. You know.
Sure. Yeah. You're probably right, or I shouldn't say you're probably right. I don't know. I haven't read much about it, but I do think you're probably right that a lot of his decisions on how he's portraying himself, it's not a coincidence in its timing.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
that's my suspicion too. But I will say I don't know, and I'm not saying I agree with allegations or anything. I haven't looked into it. I want to be careful with that. But I do want to say that I agree with you, Faye. I agree with that comment. I think that in particular, 2020 up till now, really the past 4 years, in particular, this always happens. But in particular, I think people were stuck in echo chambers everywhere. It wasn't just a right thing. That was everywhere. People just get in their little corners, and people want to be comfortable, right? People seek comfort all the time.
Yes.
And I do think that causes problems because, bro, I don't want to name names. Okay, I don't want to, but I can. There's people that I talk to, they're only listening to one perspective, right? Like when people will send me links when they're Trump supporters, when the staunch Trump supporters, not the people that just voted for him and don't care, but the people that like are actively emotionally invested in this, they'll send me links from only Twitter, pretty much, and only from right-leaning perspectives. They insist that I have to watch both of the Elon Musk interviews and the with Joe Rogan and the Donald Trump interview with Joe Rogan. You have to watch. Like, dude, I need to watch this. Like watch this Tulsi Gabbard quote. Watch this. I'm like, okay, I'll watch it. But have you looked at this as well? He's like, I'm not gonna look at that. That's left-wing propaganda. I'm like, then like what like yeah, like you are literally living in the bubble. He's like, no, you're living in the bubble. Just I'm biased, but I admit it. You're biased too, but you only look at the left side. I'm like, no, everyone keeps telling me that. Like Silver, you only look at the left. No, I fucking don't. I look at what I'm watching right fucking now. I take notes on everything. I watch the Daily Wire. I listen to Ben Shapiro. I still like Jordan Peterson, minus his political affiliations. I listen to him. I'll listen to Sam Harris. I will listen to Donald Trump. I'll listen to Elon Musk. I will look at the evidence they present. I'll listen to their points, and I actually consider it with an open mind and an open heart. But like when I listen to Candace Owens say that, or Jordan Peterson argue that mRNA vaccines are not vaccines because it utilizes a different technology, and when I point out that like a new car might utilize a different technology, but it's still a car, he'll be like, "That's not analogous. That doesn't count." It's like, what? Like, what the fuck, bro? I don't know how to talk with you anymore. You're not living in reality. This isn't a logical argument.
Yeah.
But whatever. Sorry.
That dinosaur thing, I'm still not over that one. I don't.
Isn't it crazy? And what's crazy is that you haven't heard of it. And what's crazy is that, like, when I point that out to Republicans, they either pretend that she's joking or it doesn't matter, or they'll,
Just didn't get the joke.
yeah, something like that, or it's out of context. Out of context. Listen to her. What do you mean out of context?
Yeah, what is that stick out?
What is this guy talking about? Let me see what Michael Knowles is saying.
There was mold. There were rats scurrying about. Now this is big, and it's all because of the Daily Wire Plus members. We really appreciate you. If you haven't joined yet, now's the time to.
Let's look at the liberal one real quick. What are these guys saying? Let's watch the cope. Let's see the different perspectives. So these guys seem kind of chill right now. Look at these guys. They're looking at their cigars. They're loving life. Let's go take a look at the liberals.
Top 3 outstanding in Wisconsin. I don't care how small they are. Just show them to me.
Oh my gosh, they're fucking coping. So this poor fucking guy is like, I don't care. Show me the good stuff. Look at the good notes. I need the good stuff. I feel bad for these guys, man. Oh no. This is definitely cope. They still have these grayed out, but I think these are going to. I think they're going to Trump. Let's look at this map again. I don't know.
Once I've got the news on. I've got Sky News on. It says 172 to blue and 214 to red.
Okay, it looks like it might be behind. Maybe not though. Different things report differently. I'm looking at the I'm looking at the Associated Press. It says 187 for Harris and 230 for Trump.
Well, okay, yeah, definitely ahead. Yeah.
I don't. Is this? I don't know if this is. I don't know if this is. I don't know what the most accurate one is, and I don't know when Arizona's polls close. It says 50% reporting, so. And it looks, it looks really close. Look at this. It's off by 0.2%. This would be this is 11 electoral votes. Well, let's do some math, though. If she wins this and gets 11 electoral, that puts her at 196, right? No, 198. Sorry. And then if she gets Nevada, which she probably won't, people have been projecting Nevada to Trump, right? I think so.
Yeah,
All the
they
people
just
I know in Nevada are voting for Trump.
yeah they just did a thing on North Carolina and Pennsylvania, and they're saying it's too close to call. There's no projected winner for those two.
Yeah, we're looking at it. It's likely. Oh, this is the needle that people are talking about. Looks like we're getting the Trump presidency. So far, so good for Trump. I like looking at the map. I like colors and stuff. Call it autism, call it ADHD, whatever you want. I like colors. Scroll down to what? This? Oh, you mean this? Oh, is there a map here? Who cares? Chance of winning the presidency? Oof. All right. Well, here's the good news. Here's the thing.
Oh, it's good news.
Well, no, sort of. It's like this. It's like this. This is something that we should really consider. Like, please. I was gonna say gay. What? Gay to what? Whatever. What was I gonna say? Fuck, you distracted me. What was it? Oh yeah. This is really important. Okay, guys, pay attention to this. At least Kamala Harris has the balls to engage in a peaceful transfer of power. I bet you that'll happen. Could be wrong. But I bet she'll do a peaceful transfer of power. And if she doesn't, then fuck her as well. But I don't think she will. I think she'll commit to a peaceful transfer of power. So that's something that even Trump didn't do.
Like I said earlier to you before we even started this, if Trump loses, he's just going to be kicking and screaming. He's going to be like, "Oh, it's rigged. Oh,
I know.
I was supposed to win. I was 99.9% sure I was going to win, but no, the Dems have rigged it again."
Yeah.
That's what he always does. Again, everything's a conspiracy. Everything's like a.
And even if he wins, which it's looking like he will. It's looking like he wins now. It says too close to call for Georgia. Why are we talking about this? Like, the thing is, if he wins, then he's gonna he'll still argue like, I won, but I probably also won the popular vote and also got way more votes than they thought. Most of the votes Kamala got were from illegals, so they don't count. But we know they voted. Everybody knows it. Everyone's seen it. It's been proven. There's books on it. Just read the books. Look into it. You'll see. He'll argue still that they cheated, but just didn't cheat good enough, and that's why he won. He'll still commit to this bit, which is bad.
Oh my god, Fate! Yeah, I remembered reading about that, and again, it was like one of those like, was that actually said? And then you look at it, I was like, wow, like nothing. Anything. There are things that people used to report that were clearly fake stories that were like jokes, but with Trump or any like kind of Republican like sort of associate anyway,
hasn't Dan Clinton?
They'll say something outrageous, and you assume, oh, that must have been some sort of meme or a joke, but they actually said it, and it's like, imagine, it's like all those articles from like the Onion and the hardtimes.net, those kind of satirical news sites, they don't need to exist anymore because all the stuff they used to joke about is real now. You know what I'm saying? Like the ridiculous, outrageous things that we used to exaggerate.
You're right.
And joke.
You don't believe in dinosaurs. You don't believe in vaccines. You don't believe that FEMA's trying to. You believe that they're committing. They're fucking transitioning your kids against your will in schools and also to people in prison. I guess, like Faye said. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the they are actually saying these things without irony now. Like they're actually saying these things. It's like, wow, satire is dead because like all the things that we used to satirize or exaggerate, they're actually happening. Like people are saying these things now without a hint of irony. Even when like Trump said the whole cats and dogs, again, I heard about that and I didn't even want to believe it. I thought, okay, he's fucking nuts, but I don't. There's no way he said that. And then when I saw the clip, I was like, oh my god, he did actually say it. Like, I wanted to give the benefit of the doubt, but he actually did fucking say it. I was just like, I don't know what's going on anymore. I really don't.
I don't either. Uh, that's why I wanted to call the podcast Quantum Philosophy, because I wanted to base it on a philosophical concept of like modal realism, or how theoretically anything can happen. Because that's essentially what quantum physics states, from what I understand. Any physicists out there, correct me, please. But that's kind of the world that we do live in, and now it's kind of manifesting in a way, like you said, that all the most crazy stuff we used to think this could never happen, so let's joke about it. Now we're like, fuck, it's actually happening. I don't know what to joke about, and I'm kind of scared to, because I'm afraid I'm gonna speak it into existence. You know, I kind of want to like go back to quietness. But Faye, I think you're right. I think Harris was a better job at being a politician, but Trump was a better influencer, and I think being an influencer is what you need to do now, and that's kind of sad. But I think that's just the way the world is, the way that social media has affected humanity, the way that the way that like all the Trump people are arguing that Twitter is the best source of news. Even this guy, by the way, this guy thinks that Twitter is the best source of news. Look at all of his fucking Twitter links up here. This is all that this guy looks at for news. No offense to Hassan. You're hot looking, but your news comes from Twitter almost exclusively. The same with the Trump supporters, though. Like Facebook and Twitter, that's where the news comes from, and Rumble and Kick. You know, that's where all the most authentic, true news is sourced from.
Yeah, and like going back to what Faye said, Harris, for example, when you hear her speak from the speeches I've seen, you can definitely tell that she wants to appear to come from a place of unity, you know, and trying to unite America, and trying what she sees is, I believe she's trying to do the opposite of what Trump's doing, because Trump is clearly trying to divide America further because that works for him. It works to his benefit. While with Harris, you know, say what you want about her, she clearly wants to do the opposite because she knows what Trump's up to. So she's trying to unify America. And the way she speaks is a lot more respectful. And even when she's critical of Trump, it's still, in a way, sort of coming from a place of class. While Trump's just going out of his way to be just as nasty and as, you know, hateful as possible. And again, his followers like that. They're like, yeah, he says what he thinks. And I'm going to get into the whole thing with Trump saying what he thinks. Now, everyone says, oh yeah, he says what he thinks, he never lies. That's not necessarily true. I think Trump says what he thinks when it's convenient. Yeah, if you ask him about what he thinks about women and what he thinks about minorities, yeah, he's going to say what he thinks because he knows his followers, he knows what they want to hear. So he'll say it. But there's a lot of fiscal matters I'm pretty sure he would not be honest about. And it's been proven already. Like, there's plenty of things that he isn't entirely honest about. If you asked him about his taxes, do you think he's going to tell you the truth? I'd highly doubt it.
Yeah, probably. I mean, why would he? And he's already said, he said that he didn't ban a porn star. He said that, he didn't call those veterans suckers and losers. Now, maybe that's true. Maybe he didn't say that. I know some people get really offended or really triggered when you point that out. But even if he didn't say that, like, I think both people would admit that both people lied, like both candidates lie. And saying that he just speaks his mind and always tells the truth doesn't really make sense. If that is true, then like, why did his lawyer that kept showcasing and parading this idea of widespread election fraud that lost Trump the election in 2020, why would his number one lawyer admit to lying about it in court? when asked to
Exactly.
when asked to defend himself on why he would make these big claims knowing that there was no substantial evidence for widespread voter fraud, his argument was that it's his constitutional right guaranteed by the First Amendment to say something that he knows not to be true. Like, what the fuck? What else is that? And when you have Rudy Giuliani admitting to that, when you have every Republican's favorite journalist, Tucker Carlson, admit to not believing Sidney Powell or the election fraud claims, but with leaked text messages to other Fox News employees, what do you say to that then? Like, how do you handle that? When every other lawyer that Trump went to and asked to help him convince the world of widespread election fraud, and everyone told him there wasn't enough evidence, what you want to do is impossible, this doesn't make sense, doesn't work. He said, like, he kept trying anyway and just kept firing those people and then brought on people that did agree with him, like Rudy Giuliani, who also admitted that there was not enough substantial evidence of widespread voter fraud to overturn the election. There's no way that Trump then is so stupid that he still believed what everyone else, including his number one lawyer, has admitted to. There's no way that he's that stupid. Like, you have to pick one or the other. He's either man, I gotta be careful with my language. I don't want to offend anybody. Oof. He's either that stupid or just that deceitful. There's no way there's an in-between because there's no validity to the claims.
Yeah, I just don't buy the notion that he's honest about everything. I don't know where that comes from.
Even the call to that Georgia governor saying, like, I just need X amount of votes. What was the number? Doesn't matter. He might have said, like, I need 11,000 votes, or I need only this much votes. I got to find those votes. I've been seeing people online post videos of people stuffing ballots and stuff. Can we look into that? And he's like, we have, sir. We did look into it. Like you requested. We've examined the evidence. We've looked at everything. We haven't found anything. And the examples that you gave us, we did find a couple ballots that came in twice or that were filled out by mistake. But almost all of them, like I think almost, if not 100% of them, were just due to negligence or like an error. It wasn't like a malicious. There's no evidence of malicious intent. And a lot of the time, the double vote wasn't counted because it was caught. It was like someone moved out of Georgia and then moved back a couple years before the election. And then, so that it came across as like a double ballot, but that was caught and it was like only counted as one, only one of the ballots was taken. And, excuse me, sorry. And even that little amount that happened wasn't enough to overturn anything anyway. So, Oh, fuck, we got some drunk people in the chat. What's up, guys?
I feel left out. I should get a drink.
I want a drink too, but wait, actually, would you actually drink or you not want to right now? All right, that's a no.
Right.
In that case, I'm
okay, thanks. Yeah,
that's
yeah.
good. I don't want to either. I was just like, listen, if you would, I would. I don't have any alcohol anyway, so I wouldn't be able to. But I think I am gonna get high later because I kind of want to just like chill and not think about politics too much. But I'm okay with thinking about it for now.
I think if the more it looks likely Trump will win, the higher Silver will get.
I'm already up there, bro. I think he won. I think it's in, dude. Let's look at this again. 192, 230. This is how we know. Look at how happy this guy is. Look at how happy this obviously conservative woman is. I'm sorry, I shouldn't judge.
Very high enthusiasm, and as you can see behind me, they'll show on.
Actually, works for the Daily Wire. Let's listen to this guy.
It's coming down to that Georgia, North Carolina, like the Trumps.
I feel so. They had this big party, all this watch party in the studio. Oh my gosh, these guys. Oh no.
あ、本当に
What?
そうですか ああ、面
What's the
白い。
problem? Oh,
They're
Trent,
not. They're delusional. They're losing their minds.
what's up?
文字ですか
Hold on, wait, I can't hear you.
I know,
They're talking.
that's all the Japanese I know.
ああ、
Hold on, we
sí,
can't hear you.
señor.
Yeah, I
They're not even talking about the election anymore. Oh man, that's too bad.
Is that where that's where people are at? They're so depressed. Let's talk about anything else.
Come on, guys, don't be snowflakes.
Just like say
Let's
it
take it.
in Spanish. Yeah, we can act like we do it.
Ah, sí, señor.
Okay.
Steven, the problem is, even if we come back and win, this is the worst way to win.
No, Train, stop. Shut up. Train, I'm not listening anymore. This is the best way to win, dramatically.
No, this is the worst.
Dramatically. What is
This
his
how
plan?
I
Are they trying to coup the government too? Sorry, what's going on? I'm alert, but I'll be back assuming you guys are still streaming. I probably will, but yeah, thanks.
I don't know.
205 for Harris.
I think it's GG's.
Top.
I just don't have
He's
the
more
numbers.
popular
Okay,
than Kamala.
205.
All I'm gonna
Nice.
say, all of the Hassan viewers
Not
out
really.
there who
Well,
didn't vote, you're
wait,
gonna
hold
try
on,
to
hold
get
on.
fucking
When does
voted.
Arizona close? 50. Dude, wait, hold on. This is really close though. If he does get, if she does get Arizona, wait, no, never mind. It's looking like Trump still got it. Yeah, it was a 0.2 difference, but now it's a 0.4 difference. So Trump got an extra 0.2% there.
4 years of anime for Daniel J. Saltman.
My favorite guy. Basically, Hassan.
Yeah, you should, Kiwi. You should come hang out and spend Christmas with us. Maybe we can like all chip in, and that'll be a Christmas present. we're having a little Christmas get together here at in California, sunny California.
Anyways.
Although it's really rainy and cloudy, so it's still kind of nice.
Basically.
It's like cold and stuff.
What was I saying again?
Anyway.
God, I'm so fucking old. I forget
Well,
what I'm saying.
well, Luke, what I want to ask you about regarding this election is like, you obviously have opinions as though you were an American. Let's say, like, you have opinions like if you were an American, you probably know who you would vote for, and you demonstrate a good understanding of American politics. So you seem remarkably educated on it. Do you think that you're a bit more educated on it than most people are in the States, or do you think it's about average?
Well, I'm not going to claim that. I'm not going to claim that I know more than most people in the States. I think I do think that our country and the US, we have a similar situation where we have this kind of two-party system where, you have obviously the Democrats and the Republicans. We have the Conservative Party and the Labour Party, and often we have a similar situation where we have two not great options for leaders, and we're just kind of choosing. I guess it's kind of like the lesser of two evils in a way, because again, I'm not even saying that Harris is like the worst choice ever, but Biden, for example.
Yeah.
At one point, they were convinced that Biden could beat Trump, especially after that first disastrous, debate. Do you remember that when it was just literally Biden and Trump going on about who's better at golf?
Yeah, I watched that one live. It was great.
Yeah. So like, they were that convinced that they were actually that convinced that Biden had a chance, and I'm
You're
sorry,
right.
but he didn't.
He didn't. Yeah. I
Anyone
agree.
who thought that was delusional, I'm sorry,
I
but
agree.
it really is.
That includes this fucker, by the way. This guy in the glasses over here, Destiny. He's a smart guy, but he was insistent that I disagree with him on Biden's performance. He argued the same thing. Biden can still win. He shouldn't drop out, and he admitted to being wrong about that. But that was stupid. But sorry, go on.
Yeah. And that with Kamala Harris, though, yeah, it was a smart move to have her take over. It definitely was. It was they did the best thing possible, I think. But like with the whole Biden versus Trump thing, you choose it. It's a terrible choice, like, and it's not really very motivating for the public to say, "Oh, I'll vote for this shit."
Hold on. Pause. Do not forget the thought. I'm sorry. I have to before Faye, what the fuck does that mean? What do you mean Tories, the Tories? And why do you say I love being Delulu? Why are you being Delulu?
The Conservative Party, the Tories.
Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Yeah, the Conservative
But
Party.
why did she say I love being Delulu? Answer that when you can, Faye. I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt, Luke. Okay, so you were saying, I'm so sorry.
No, just saying, like, it's kind of like the lesser of two evils, sort of. I don't think it's the same situation now of Harris, but what I'm saying is the UK and the US in the last few elections have had this same problem where the decisions we have been given have not been great. In fact, in the last UK election, we're seeing a shift. A lot of people are going to third-party alternative options.
Mm-hmm.
So in the US, you have the Libertarian Party, right, and the Green Party.
That's true. We do.
Yeah, so in the UK, we have options like that as well. We have the Green Party, we have the Liberal Democrats, and there's also the Reform Party. Now, a lot of the right in the UK are shifting towards the Reform Party because they're more right-wing, because the Tories aren't considered right-wing enough anymore. They've become it's still conservative, they're still right wing, but a lot of right wing voters in the UK have lost faith in them, and they want something more extreme. They want a Donald Trump, basically. We kind of have that with Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage is like the UK Donald Trump, and he's the leader of the Reform Party, and he got a surprising amount of votes for a party like his in the last election. So I reckon it's going to shift more towards them for the right wing voters, and a lot of left wing voters are disappointed with Labour, so they're going to other left wing parties like the Green Party and the Liberal Democrats. So like, it's kind of a shift in UK politics at the moment. It'd be interesting to see what happens in 5 years. I'm not going to say, oh, Labour and Conservatives are done. They're not, but it'd be interesting to see where they'll be in 5 years if they don't get their shit together. Well, and the UK and the US have this same problem where it's mainly two parties, and that's it. And then the decisions you're given are very limited. And that's why I think I understand it more than I probably should, because I don't think it's that different, the UK and US situation in politics. I think there's a lot of similarities. Obviously, there's obvious differences, but there's a lot of things that make us similar. That's probably why I understand it, because I look into these things and I'm like, okay, well, I can see a lot of parallels. I think there's a lot of people in the UK who assume they don't know about American politics, but if they dug deeper, they would find the parallels and go, oh, actually, yeah, it's quite similar to what's going on here, and it will be quite easy for them to understand. And I don't know what you mean by, and I'm not criticizing what you say, but I don't know what you mean by I understand more than most people in the US, because I don't. Is that implying that a lot of people in the US don't really?
No,
know?
I'm sorry. If I said that, I meant to say UK. I meant to say in your country.
Oh, sorry, UK. Oh, okay, sorry. Well, yeah. There's a lot of people in the UK who stay out of it because they feel like they don't know enough about it. But a lot of people I speak to who are interested in politics, like, internationally speaking, they do talk a lot about American politics because they see America as, what happens there impacts us all. So they see it as a big important factor. Same with France. We look at French politics and, because we see it as an impact on us as well. So,
okay.
The French elections will be heavily publicized here as well. Yeah. So in a lot of other European places, and you probably remember Brexit. That was the same year Trump first got in. When we left the European Union.
I do remember that. I remember that, and I was so uneducated about it, and admittedly, I still am. I don't know much about it, but all I heard, the only glimpse I got was basically one or two people telling me, "Dude, this is lit," and then they sent me a link of like that dude going and like saying that he wants independence, and everyone laughed at him, and then like he came back later and said, "You all laughed at me, but you aren't laughing now," and it seemed like a badass moment, and I was like, okay, lit. But in the same way that Trump getting up after getting shot and holding his hand up and saying fight is also pretty badass, in my humble opinion. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean anything. Other than that, it's like a little badass. It seems badass to me, but that's kind of nothing. It's a superficial thing. It doesn't necessarily imply much more depth. Maybe, or at least it doesn't demonstrate that makes Trump a better choice for president, in the same way that it doesn't demonstrate that it means that they were right to want to leave Brexit. So yeah, and I know that you always had a negative opinion about that, and you weren't one of those people. I remember you telling me that one of your friends called you up and he's like, "You voted for that, didn't you, Luke? You were one of those people," and you're like, "No, I didn't." I remember you telling me about that.
No, yeah, because that everyone was at each other's throats during Brexit over here. My brother and my parents had a serious argument over it because they seriously. I agreed with my brother, but I stayed out of it. But my brother and my parents had a severe. I'd never heard them argue like that before.
Wow.
And usually they were like, there'd be certain things they disagreed with.
Yeah.
But they'd move on. It wouldn't ruin their day.
Yeah.
But they had one discussion about Brexit leading up to the vote, and oh my god, it was like it's hard to describe. I'd never heard them yell at each other like that before. I thought they would never recover from it. It was really that bad. Obviously, it was all cool in the end, but they really like it.
Yeah.
everyone was at each other's throats during Brexit. There were certain friends of mine who felt conflicted about it and didn't want to talk about it. They were like, "Yeah, I'm not going to tell you what I voted. You know, if I voted Remain or if I voted Leave," because people would get emotional about it. People would just be like, "No, you can't. Why are you leaving?" And you know, like, because some of it was connected to the it's because of immigration and racism and stuff like that.
Man, same
And
thing
some
over there,
people-
huh?
And some people actually had interesting and legit reasons for leaving the European Union, because there are issues, yes, connected to us being in the European Union, but I've seen nothing but bad things come from it since we left the European Union. We've been suffering from it since we've left the European Union. So much has gone wrong, and I think it was a big mistake that we left. I voted Remain. I didn't think it was the right thing. But when we left, I was optimistic. I thought, you know what, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was wrong to vote Remain. Maybe it's the right thing to leave. No, I've not seen any evidence that it was a good thing to do. It has caused us nothing but absolute fucking headaches. And I stand by that. and my brother would agree too. But a lot of people still think it was the right thing to do, to leave. And you ask them, so what good came of it? Well, it's too early to say. It's been 8 years. I think there's enough time has passed to come up with something. Oh, it's too early to say. It's like, no, that's just you coping. That's just you coping.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that people cope like that a lot of the times, and it's funny because like this is why I think this is why I think looking at the numbers and facts is so important. It's because it's really easy to kind of just look at something like this and just assume a lot. It's so easy to just it's easy to ignore that sort of thing, and it takes work and effort to research and study as well. And if you don't have some level of interest in this, it's even harder. But unfortunately, it's really important to make a really wise decision. And yeah, I guess I lost my train of thought, but that is my point. I felt like I had a different one.
And this was like 2016 when Trump first got in, Brexit happened, and so our friend Phil, I'm sure we've mentioned him before, but he's one of my best friends in real life. He might be watching this. I'm not sure. I did tell him about this.
What's up, Phil?
He put it beautifully, right? The whole situation with the world, right? So you might have heard this before, but like me and him were talking about this all recently. We were talking about COVID, Trump, the misinformation, and all like the horrible things that have been going on, and then Brexit and everything. And then Phil said, "Luke, this all started with a gorilla getting shot," which he's kind of right. It's kind of weird how Harambe gets shot and then the world fell apart.
Yeah, that is kind of weird, isn't it? And then you had all these people like dicks out for Harambe, and there was a debate about this and everything. I was like, what the fuck are we talking about, guys? Like, can we chill?
I know, yeah. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, maybe he was the gorilla glue that was holding everything together.
Fuck, man. We gotta go back in time and stop that kid from getting in there. And then everything is saved. That's a funny skit idea. We gotta go back where like the kids get in there. We're like, fucking no, you ain't. Get the fuck. We're gonna go back to the mom. We're gonna like fucking like we're gonna call child services on her ass. The SWAT team comes in.
Maybe the world did end in 2012, and this is hell. Maybe it did end.
That's what what's her face? Rachel Maddow said, right? All the conservatives make fun of her for crying on air after she's like, "This is it. This is our election now. This is reality." And starts crying like that. Oh man, but yeah, I had a question for you regarding the alternate parties in your country. You mentioned like the Green Party or stuff like whatever they are. Do these like here in the U.S., in my opinion, at least now, those parties have no shot in making any significant difference in any election? Do the ones in your country have that power to do that? Or do they have a chance of winning?
It depends. It depends on the situation. So in 2010. The Liberal Democrats, who are like sort of like an alternative, liberal, like left-wing party, they almost got in, which is rare for them, because at that point Labour had kind of shot themselves in the foot. Tony Blair
to emerge, like in something like.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Tony Blair had kind of destroyed the party and then left it to Gordon Brown, and the party was just completely. A lot of the public had lost faith in Labour, so the left-leaning voters were looking for something better, and they were voting for the Liberal Democrats. And the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives, they actually formed a coalition because the wins, like the seats and all that, the Parliament was hung, so there was no landslide win. It was way too close, and so the Liberal Democrats and the Conservative Party in 2010, they had a coalition, and the leader of the Liberal Democrats, he was Deputy Prime Minister, or like Vice President, as you would put it, and then David Cameron, you might remember David Cameron, he was Prime Minister in 2010 to 2015. Basically, David Cameron, he rage quit after Brexit because he was like, he was convinced that, because he promised everyone a referendum in 2015. That's kind of how he won the election. He was kind of like, look, I promise I'll give you a referendum for the European Union. But he was convinced that no one would actually vote leave. Well, not no one, but he was convinced that they would remain. So he was confident. He was like, yeah, we'll remain. And then, like, when the public voted to leave, he basically rage quit. He just went, yeah, I'm resigning. He left the country in a mess and just fucked off. And you don't hear much from him now. Like, he's gone. You don't hear much from him these days.
That's funny.
And yeah, the Liberal Democrats, though, they had a shot of winning, but unfortunately they compromised when they did the coalition, and a lot of people lost faith in Liberal Democrats, so people went back to Labour. But now, again...
By the way, talk a little bit longer and keep talking. I'm listening, but I'm going to go urinate. I'll be right back.
Okay, sorry. So, like I said, the Liberal Democrats, the Green Party, who are other left-wing parties, they have more of a shot, I reckon, now. They've got a good chance, because Labour, a lot of people voted Labour because they wanted the Tories out. Even probably more conservative voters voted for Labour because they were sick of the Tories. They were sick of the Conservative Party. So the Labour have got back in, but unfortunately Labour, the way things are with Labour at the moment, I've been joking about this and people disagree with me, but I see Keir Starmer as like Tony Blair Part 2. He's another establishment leader that wants to keep things the same. He's not a progressive. He goes around telling everyone, oh yeah, my dad was a toolmaker and, I know the struggles of the working class, but he doesn't care. He's the same as a lot of the Tory ministers. He's not a progressive at all. And that's my problem with Keir Starmer. I'm very critical of Keir Starmer, and people say, "Oh, what? So you want the Tories back? Oh, what? So you're not a liberal? You're not a lefty?" It's like, no. I expect better from the Labour Party. That's what I'm trying to say. Mm-hmm. We had a progressive leader in Labour, Jeremy Corbyn, right? He was kind of like the British Bernie Sanders. He was like, he was a great candidate for a leader of the Labour Party, but the media destroyed him. He was assassinated by the media, Jeremy Corbyn, because basically Jeremy Corbyn, there was a scandal that came out about anti-Semitism. He was very critical of Israel, and this whole scandal had come out that apparently he was anti-Semitic because he had certain people that he'd hired that had given out anti-Semitic views, and it just destroyed him. It destroyed his whole campaign. And to this day, people are still saying, "Oh yeah, he's an anti-Semite," when he never said anything anti-Semitic. He was just very critical of Israel, and there were certain people that worked for him that did say things, yes, and he had condemned those views, but he still got destroyed because the right-wing media were terrified of him. And he was cancelled. He was definitely cancelled, Jeremy Corbyn. And it's funny how people talk about cancel culture, but they're happy to cancel someone they don't like. You know what I mean? Jeremy Corbyn, all he wanted was, a more fair Britain and to help out those who were less fortunate than others. And people called him a Marxist for that. People called him a Marxist, an extremist, everything. And that's also what's funny to me about a lot of right-wing commentators. If anything's slightly left-wing, it's socialist. You know,
Right. You're so right.
I heard,
People call Kamala Harris the most liberal, they call her the most socialist candidate. Like, that's what they're literally calling her.
yeah. So that's the thing. So like, Keir Starmer, I've heard people call him a socialist. Oh my god, like, he's not even close. You know, and I don't even like Keir Starmer. He's not even close. He's not even close to a socialist. He's just an establishment liberal. That's it. He's an establishment liberal. That doesn't make him a socialist or a Marxist or a communist, whatever convenient word that people like to throw out now.
Yeah, but Faye, that's not true. She didn't even know what kind it was. She called it a Glock. That means she doesn't actually like guns. It means she does want to take your guns away. She does want to ban the Second Amendment, Faye! What are you kids? I'm sorry. That was my Trump inside me. You go on, Luke. I didn't mean to. That's that the mask comes off. Hold on, I'll be right back.
But yeah, but to answer your question though, Silver, like, I think that it depends, but I think the third party alternative parties actually have more of a chance next UK election, depending on what happens, because people are starting to get tired of. People are already tired of Labour, even though they've only been in over 100 days. But people are tired of the Tories as well. So like the more right-wing voters, they're heading towards the Reform Party.
I'm sorry, I got so triggered by Faye's comment. I had to drink some liberal tears. 1 second. Go ahead, Luke.
I'm scared. Anyway, no. So like, the Liberal Democrats have gained more seats recently. In fact, the area I live in is now a Liberal Democrat hold, because the more liberal voters in my area, they didn't want Labour because they don't like Keir Starmer and their ideals for liberalism. So like they voted for a different party, the Liberal Democrats, and a lot of people voted for the Green Party as well. So the more progressive types, the ones that are like, oh yeah, I'm progressive and I care about the environment and things like that, they're going off to the Green Party because they feel like Labour are not progressive enough in those fields, like environmentalism and even like, you know, something like social, I'm not going to say social justice, but like social issues. You know, they feel like the Green Party and the Liberal Democrats are saying more about that, while the Labour Party, you know, they're painting themselves as a liberal establishment, but they don't want to upset the Conservatives too much either. So they're just kind of like, yeah, you know, they're very kind of passive, and they only got back in because the Tories fucked up that bad. You know, and the best thing they can offer is, well, we're not the Tories, we're not the Conservatives. That's the best they can offer. You know, and that's why people are sick of Labour already, and I am too. You know, and I've voted Labour for years, but I expect better from them. I expect better from the Labour Party. So, you know, next election I might be voting for Liberal Democrats or the Green Party. You know, that's where my head is at, because I want something better from the Labour Party, but I also don't want the Tories back in, and I don't want Reform to get any power either, because Reform, oh my god, like, I think if Reform got in, it would be like V for Vendetta for real, because yeah, they definitely. I don't want to go off on about them.
No, okay, fine, fair enough. Well,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I asked you whether or not they have like an influence, like with these alternate parties, to have a chance of winning. Like, 'cause I feel that here in America,
now they do.
That's good news, because in America, my sense is that they really don't. It doesn't seem like they have much of a impact.
I have noticed, yeah,
at all. They like, at best, they just kind of take away some votes from the preferred candidate, one of the Republican or Democrat, depends on who's running third party, but. Excuse me. Because that's the thing. That's my criticism here of someone like this guy and this community. But I mean this respectfully. So like, I want to make an appeal to Hassan. What's his last name? Piker? I want to make an appeal to this man and the community, which they probably wouldn't take this, but I went into his Discord server and I asked people who they were voting for, or whether they would vote for Kamala Harris, and all of them insisted they would. Well, not all of them, but virtually all of them insisted they wouldn't dare, and kind of made fun of me for even asking the question. And when I asked like, well, why wouldn't you vote? Like, are you does that if you're not going to vote for Kamala Harris? And they made their reasons, which was like it seemed to pretty much just stem from Israel, to be honest. I think it was just her comments on Israel that just made them decide I'm not going to support this person. They're very critical of the DNC. They're and because of that, there's this movement of saying like, listen, I'm not going to vote for Trump and Trump sucks, but I'm not going to vote for Kamala either. But look at this guy. He's got over 2,500,000 views. He's got 250,000 views, more than 250,000 views. And I'm sorry. And and this community is like anti-Kamala just the same, and has decided to vote for someone totally unrelated, not Kamala or Trump, someone else. They say it does something because like it gives more credence to the next election. Now maybe that's true, and I don't want to be too critical about that, but like part of me is kind of like I was personally, like I said, I really am not invested in politics. That's why I'm not like super emotionally infused or affected by this. The excitement is just because it's an election, it's a big deal, and I know it's a big deal. I'm not trying to undermine anything, but this one is so unprecedented. I've never seen something like the MAGA movement. I've never seen like this divide, and I think Faye hit it on the nail on the coffin when she said that it's about being an influencer now. Like Trump going on Aiden Ross, yep. and fucking all these like softball interviews and podcasts and stuff like Logan Paul and stuff like that. It doesn't like, what is that? You know what I mean? Like really? Like that's the interviews you're going to because they're nicer to you than someone like on 60 Minutes. It's all about being an influencer and getting clicks and getting popular with the younger generation. The problem is that like now we have to sit through like another 4 years or something. And maybe I'm wrong. I hope that maybe the 20% tariffs on everything will make the economy great. The numbers don't add up, but maybe my math is wrong. Maybe the top economists in the world are all wrong too. It's possible. So, but I'm not going to be too defeated. But my point is that that's my concern with. I think I don't want to like blame this community or anything like that, especially not solely. But there's a lot of people that abstained from voting. Similar to how a lot of people stayed back from voting last election for Trump because they thought it would be rigged, or they didn't want the government to have their name, so they didn't put their name in like a government ballot. Such stupid, ridiculous excuses. A lot of people are doing the same thing, but from the Democratic side this time. Now they don't want to vote because of the Israel-Palestine conflict, so they don't want to vote. But at the same time, Trump is making significant momentum with a bunch of very uneducated, ignorant kids that have insane influential power. So by abstaining from voting, it feels to me like you're helping Donald Trump. That's what it feels like to me. And I don't want to like blame anyone literally. I'm not actually doing that. I just want to express that's how I feel when I see people like this talk about that sort of thing. It's like it's not their fault. But it definitely feels that if all these people were insisting on, because it's more than just the 260,000 people here. There's lots of people that aren't watching that think the same way. And if those people decided to vote for Kamala, we would have a much different turnout right now. That's just notable to me.
Yeah, that's why I think it is important to vote. I've spoken because I have a couple of friends who don't vote at all, and I don't think they like it because they ask me what I think, and I tell them how important I think it is to vote. And I can tell they're rolling their eyes, thinking, "Oh, Luke's lecturing me." And it's like it's not I'm lecturing. It's like what you just said. It's like it is important to vote because when you don't vote, you give someone like Trump momentum. You give them more power. And last thing we need is someone like Trump getting more power.
I'm sorry, you stopped talking right as I was eating. What the fuck? You're supposed to keep rambling. Pay attention. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, I agree with. I think we're on the same page here. I'm very disappointed that no Trump people wanted to come talk to us.
I know. I was expecting a Trump person to come and go, "Why are you letting this, talk on American politics?" Because you know what? Do you know Threads, the Instagram Twitter thing?
I don't know that. Fritz?
Freds.
I don't know what
It's
you're
like-
talking about.
It's like Twitter, but like Instagram's version of Twitter.
Instagram version of
it's still
Twitter. No, I haven't heard of it. I'll just look it up real quick. What's it called again?
Treads.
With a T?
Yeah, THE.
I don't know what I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. THE.
It's THREADS.
Oh, Threads. I'm sorry. That was
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I know
No,
about
it's fine,
Threads.
it's fine.
I know about Threads. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, so I've been on there on and off, and I actually got into an argument with someone about abortion, believe it or not.
On here? That's interesting. Yeah, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, and it was about stuff like what was going on in America, and basically I had like 10 different American, like it blew up my thread. It really did. I was surprised, and there must have been like 10 or 12 of them that said to me, "You're from the UK, you don't know what you're talking about, stay out of this," basically. And I was expecting a lot of that on this stream, but surprisingly it's been relatively quiet on that end.
Well, that's not too surprising. I mean, it's not
no,
like I'm
yeah.
a famous streamer or anything, but like I know, the thing is that like, man, I've made some appeals.
Also,
no, please go ahead. I'll remember this.
I was going to say also, so there was a story that baffled me, where they were doing this. I think it was Harris's running mate. I think he was trying to pass a bill where kids get free school meals, and conservatives were actually angry about this. Like, they were actually annoyed that kids could eat. Like, they were actually angry about this, and this baffled me. So I posted a thread about it, going, why is it that? Why are they upset about this? Why would anyone be upset about kids being able to eat? And I got so much hate. Like, I got so much anger. Like, people saying, "It's not about that, you fucking idiot. It's about where the money comes from." And I'm just like, what did I say that warranted that I'm a bastard? Like,
Yeah.
I got called everything under the sun. I got called. I got called cunt. I got called all these. I got called all these nasty things just because I asked the question.
Did you get called the N-word?
No, that's surprising.
That's
actually.
surprising.
That is surprising.
Well, yeah, don't
but
worry.
That's what I
never
mean.
get
Like,
that
I
word.
got called all these things, and again, I'm not. They're just calling me a bunch of words.
Well,
but
they
I
don't
was
say
just
that about
trying to-
Pierce Morgan anymore. The Republicans used to hate Pierce Morgan because he was so anti-gun for like 5 years straight. But then all of a sudden, now he's like, hold on. Now he's just like constantly defending Trump every second. Like,
Yeah, now he's great all of a sudden. Apparently.
Yeah, like, dude, can I watch this with you real quick? Are you interested in doing this? Do you know who Sarah Palin is?
Yes, she was McCain's running mate, right?
VP, right? Exactly. Yeah. So she was
Yeah.
brought on Pierce Morgan to talk with I forgot their names, but several other individuals. One of them was this Destiny guy who we talked about recently, and like the way that this is a typical Trump supporter, Sarah Palin. The way that you refuse to answer basic questions is just, I've never seen something like it. Can I show you a moment of it?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Let me.
Took a trip down memory lane with her because I do remember her.
Yeah, no, this is like the first time I had seen her in so long. I just remember seeing her on TV and stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah, because people used to say that she kind of brought McCain down. Like, McCain might have had a shot at winning if it weren't for her.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. Yeah.
You want to play that game? You said Obama.
That was when Obama was.
Yeah, he was running, and
I found out something interesting. This is so random, but my mum is a massive fan of Michelle Obama. Like, she loves her. She's like saying, "I hope she's president one day." Which, maybe. You never know.
I doubt it.
A lot of people, a lot of people are nudging her to do it.
Now
my mum is like her biggest fan.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Dude. Like, yeah. I think that she would get a lot of support, but I don't know if I'd want her as president or not. But I'm not 100% opposed. I'd have to consider it. But let's look at like this segment. So what happens here is that they're talking about Trump and stuff and whatnot, and she's, as usual, she's defending Trump, and and Destiny asked a pretty good question, which is like about Trump's rhetoric. Like she was blaming liberals for increasing the tension and everything, and then Sarah Palin goes like, "That's not true. Whatever. Like Trump is like not like that." And then I'll just show.
Trump made fun of that Gold Star family for their child. Did that bother you?
They bother me. I wrote a column.
And watch how Pierce Morgan kind of like runs to her aid. It's so weird.
Our young women, and you know, all politics are personal. I don't know if any of you have a real personal connection with those who have been sent to war zones, and then the guys, the gals, they come back different people. They're adversely affected. On a personal level here, I will do whatever I can, and I will support whatever candidate needs support in order to avoid war. Why I will not support Kamala, she doesn't understand, for one, that inherent link between energy development, energy independence in America, and that inherent link between that and our safety and our sovereignty. And because Kamala and because the Democrat Party has put an end to so much of our exploration, certainly so much of our development of our own natural resources.
Isn't America producing more energy today than we have in all of history?
No, we're not.
Pay attention to that. Like, let's pay attention to that.
Of our development of our own natural resources.
Isn't America producing more energy today than we have in all of history?
No, we're not. And
that's not true? We're not?
No, we're not. And
okay.
Remember, Kamala and her administration, day one, they stopped pipelines, no more drilling on federal land.
So,
They did.
So we look
They
up,
did.
America's not producing
They
more energy.
did.
You ran with McCain.
They did.
You said you care about veterans and everything. Did Trump's comments about McCain bother you at all? Did Trump prefers people?
Do you remember what Trump said about McCain?
Yeah, he kind of didn't he say something? Well, okay, I'm probably quoting the wrong thing, but I remember Trump said something like that McCain wasn't a real war hero.
That's exactly right.
Because he got captured.
Yes. He said like, yeah, he's not a war hero. He's like he's a war hero because he got captured. I like people that don't get captured. Like he just really disrespectful comments. I think it was even after he died.
People that didn't get captured.
I've never.
Let's say it wasn't.
Did
Doesn't
he
matter.
die of like brain tumor or something?
Yeah, I don't know what caused the death, but it wasn't too long ago. But point is that so Destiny's asking her about that. Like, does Trump's comments about John McCain, your running mate, bother you? And watch how she answers it. Like, pay really close attention.
Veterans and everything. Did Trump's comments about McCain bother you at all? Did Trump prefers people that didn't get captured?
I've never said anything negative about McCain or any.
I didn't ask if you said it. I asked if Trump's comments bother you about that.
So anyway,
when Trump made fun of that Gold Star family for their child, did that bother you?
They bother me. I wrote a column
criticizing him heavily for it. She cares about vets. I had two parents who served in the Air Force. I'm just curious, if you cared about vets, did these comments bother you?
If
when
I
Trump
care
tried to go to
about
Arlington
vets,
and do a photo
if
op
I
there.
care about vets,
Yeah, if
really,
you do, did these comments bother you?
If I care about
yes,
vets.
if you cared about vets,
so
I'm asking, do these comments bother you?
Between energy and prosperity and
it's
energy
talk
security.
About whether or not Trump's comments about McCain bother
you interrupted the point that I was going to make.
Because you're not making any points. These are political talking points. Are we running for office in here?
Really? Really?
You did run for office, by the way. You ran with John McCain, the most warmongering man that we know of. Why did you run with John McCain?
The point to make.
Why did you run with John McCain if you're anti-wars?
To make a positive difference in our country.
But he would have sent more people to die.
You don't know that.
I do. He literally said bomb, 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 Iraq. He did campaign. He campaigned on 100 years in Iraq. He campaigned on staying in Iraq 100 years and bombing Iran.
You're asking why I accepted the nomination to
I'm just
run
wondering,
for
you're
Vice
sitting
President
here
of the
saying...
United States.
I don't have to go on and watch the whole thing. I'll send it to you though. But you can see like this.
It is a car crash interview.
There's.
Because you're not making any points. These are political.
Like it's a pretty straightforward question. Does Trump, if you care about veterans, does Trump's comments about veterans, like John McCain, your running mate, bother you? And her response is,
"Oh no."
So anyway, like she didn't even answer that question. She just literally runs away from
yes
it.
Yes or no would have sufficed.
That sort of thing happens literally everywhere, and it happened throughout this entire interview. And this fucking quack over here, not him, although he's a quack too, but this fucking quack over here. Like always bails her out. He's so defensive of Trump lately. I don't know what his deal is. I guess they're friends.
Yeah, he's always been right leaning. The only thing that made him look, I guess,
liberal was the gun stuff, huh?
Was the gun stuff, but that's coming from a guy who's not from the States. You know, that's even the most conservative Brit look at the gun situation and go, yeah, I don't understand the whole guns. You know, they would probably control guns if they had the power to in America. But like Piers Morgan has always been right-leaning. The stuff with him is not surprising to me with Trump. It makes total sense to me that he would suck up to Trump. And he also sucks up to...
He's under Trump, but to pretend other
political streams.
To who?
He's under Trump, but to pretend...
Tucker Carlson. I believe he's a big fan of Piers Morgan. But they're similar. Because Piers Morgan's a right-wing journalist. That's the whole thing with it. He's always been right-wing. And he's always been sucking up to people like
Whoa.
He struck a nerve with the gun thing.
Also, real quick, Professor Hawks was going to bed, but he wanted to say hi to you, Luke.
Oh, hello. Hello, Professor Hawks. How are you?
But yeah, sorry to interrupt, Luke. You can continue.
Yeah. Yeah. Faye's right about that too. More guns, more problem. And in the UK, obviously, we've had issues of knife crime with kids and all that. And if they had access to guns, we'd have the same problem. We'd have the exact same problem. It would take away the knife problem, but it would create a new problem: guns. And I think everyone agrees that the gun thing is a bit out of control, especially when you bring schools into it. I hate to bring up the school shooting stuff, but it has happened a lot in America, sadly. It's an unfortunate tragedy that still happens. Kids shouldn't be going to school thinking, is this my last day? Parents shouldn't be dropping their kids to school or seeing them off to the bus thinking, will this be the last time I see them? Because I reckon that's what they think quite often. I'm not saying they think that every day, but there's probably a lot of parents out there terrified because it's a possibility.
Yeah,
it's
I know,
scary.
and it really breaks my heart to think about that. I can cry if I think too long about it, and I'm probably not as anti-gun as you or Faye are. Not that I'm opposed to being that way. I'm just I don't know. I'm just not really invested in that sort of rhetoric. But I don't know, man. It's making me kind of want to leave the country. I kind of want to move somewhere else, but I don't know where I want to go. I don't want to go to Canada. I don't think I'd like London. I don't think I'd like England, Luke. I think I'd be depressed over there.
Yeah, with all the horrible weather.
It's just the weather. The only thing that would make it nice is that you're there, so we can have gay sex every now and then. But other than that, it would be kind of depressing.
Yeah, the weather's been pretty awful at the moment. We didn't have much of a summer.
Yeah, and it does make sense, like you said, Faye. You're Canadian, so it makes sense. And I'm not a staunch like gun guy. I'm absolutely for at the very least, we need stricter regulation, and we need to do something about it. The fact that we are getting as many school shootings as we have, I don't care if they've gone down. I don't care if they're not they're not in the hundreds. One is too many, and there's several of them. There's several of them, and they keep happening, whether they're legally obtained or not. Because think about it this way: technology will only get better. It's going to get easier to make guns. It's going to get easier to make something even better than a gun. It's absolutely theoretically possible that someday somebody can fucking 3D print a weapon that can just disintegrate somebody with the push of a button as long as you point it at them within 100 feet. That sounds like science fiction. That's not impossible. Now, that might not happen tomorrow or maybe even in your lifetime, but the fact that is possible to happen, and you have people that say, no, the right to bear arms is in the Constitution, you can't ever take it away, and you can't even dare to try to alter it. Even talking about making adjustments to it is disgusting. They'll call you a left-leaning person that wants to take your guns away for even imposing or suggesting some new ideas on how to regulate. So there's no way that you can really win against that, and that's kind of what's making me, that, now that you put it that way, it's fuck, I don't really know how to. I need to think about guns a little bit more. But I actually am in the process of researching how to get a gun. I want one for myself. I've never had one, and I want to get one, but not because I'm a big gun guy. It's because it's just it won't. I'm not proud of it. I'm not yeah, I got this gun. I have no interest in talking about it. I just want one for in case, But I wouldn't feel the need to do that if I wasn't in America. I just wouldn't. I like the idea, just in case you need to, if the government becomes corrupt. But even if the government became corrupt, if they have the power of the military, what are you going to do, man? You can't own a tank, so I can't even fathom having a gun. Like, it doesn't compute. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, there's no judgment to that. I don't really want one, but I do plan to get one.
So soon, everyone, Silver's going to be streaming shooting range streams. He's just going to be shooting targets. He's going to be doing gun collection updates. He's going to be reviewing the latest guns that he's collected.
And Luke's going to be like over here being like, yeah, but over here, like, really, man, we use knives. Over here, we just use the old-fashioned way. We have more honor.
We use blades.
We use blades. We use blades. It's like a fucking sword fight with a pocket knife like this. Luke, look at this real quick. Look at my stream. Check this shit out. This is an example of this debate happened really recently. And watching Destiny really made me think of this. Like this is really
InfoWars, is that Alex Jones?
It's a host on InfoWars, which is an Alex Jones own thing. Yeah, watch how they interact. It's interesting how, yeah.
Hold on,
I'm only gonna show you the intro preview. This is like an hour and 45 minutes. I'm gonna show you like a 30-second intro.
Was the vote certification delayed on January 6th?
No, it went through.
You guys filmed this. We can watch you guys cheering for it. We can watch you cheering 1776. What was 1776?
I know you hate 1776.
Wait,
I know you hate
What
that.
was 1776? What was that?
That was the founding of the country.
Which was it? What was the event? What would you call that?
When we overthrew royalty and created
against the government, would you call
it a constitutional republic.
Would you call that an insurrection?
No. This is your Democrat voter right here. Nobody wants to be a part of this psychotic movement anymore. Nobody.
Psychotic movement. When you guys
literally
psychotic.
Tried,
you guys invaded the Capitol.
Your side believes in trans kids.
Who wants to
Your
trans
side
kids?
wants to pay for trans
Most
surgeries
people
in
aren't
the
okay
prisons.
with it. You guys
Your
don't even
side lets
acknowledge
in
what
10
you've
million
done.
illegal immigrants. Your
my
side
God.
starts wars all over the world. Our side is the party of sanity and the party of common sense. And if you can't see that in this debate, then you're never going to see it.
You're never going to. The party of sanity is the party that doesn't believe in dinosaurs and thinks that we create hurricanes.
What are you talking about?
Do you believe in dinosaurs?
What is this dinosaurs?
Wait,
what are you talking about
Do
dinosaurs?
you think the dinosaurs
Do you
ever
play
roam
with
the earth?
dinosaur
Do you
toys?
think the
Why do you
dinosaurs
bring this up?
Do you think the dinosaurs
is that
ever
a
roam the
dinosaur
earth?
on your necklace right there? What is that?
Do you think the dinosaurs roam the earth?
I'm not here to talk about dinosaurs.
He refused to answer that through the entire debate or any time afterwards, by the way. And that is fucking telling. I'm just saying. Also, yeah, I do play with dinosaur toys. I fucking love it. Get fucked. I don't give a shit. At least I believe they used to exist. Oh my god. Man, thanks for watching this with me.
I love what Faye just said.
What? Yes, my side committed an act of domestic terrorism, but you guys want trans kids to exist.
I mean, true. Yeah, that's.
Dude, look. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, no, I'm not. Fuck you guys. I hate all of you. I'm gonna keep lying for the rest of my life. Luke, you disgust me. I hate your accent. Only because I'm jealous of it. I wish that I sounded this. You know what, Luke? Just real quick side comment. You have a really nice voice. You should do like more podcasts like this. Like you're really good at talking, and you have a soothing voice. Like I really mean that. And on top of that, I think the accent, the British accent, the specific British accent that you have. I don't know what version that is. Wales, whatever. That's my favorite one. That's my favorite. Whatever yours is. Whatever yours is. Whatever yours is, that's my favorite one. And I think you should share your thoughts a bit more. Like, you know, I like that you're a follower on my Substack, and I appreciate that you read them. If you have thoughts, you should put them out there, you know, and you should come back on and do more stuff like this.
I have been told that before, yeah.
Luke once read a bedtime story. Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, I think you have all the
right
qualities.
about that. I once I was hanging out with Faye, Aaron, and the Baines, and I don't know how this came about. I don't know whose idea it was. We were just sort of joking, like, "Oh yeah, Luke should read us a bedtime story." And I read a Dr. Seuss story to them, and they were actually falling asleep.
That's wonderful. I've done a similar thing before. I started a book club that no one joined, and so it was pretty much just me and Kiwi at first, and then even she she didn't read it on her own, so I got over it. But she would ask me to read it to her, and her and Storm both did, because they're the only two people that were actually reading the book. And I read it once to them. I turned my camera on, and it was like my black Yoshi holding the book as I read a different copy somewhere else. It was pretty funny. I joined. I was there, and you didn't join. I scheduled meetings. I like asked when people were available, and basically everyone's like, nah. And I'm like, okay.
I think I was guilty of that too. Actually, I think I joined and then never said anything.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm not actually upset or anything like that. It's kind of funny. And
talking about, oh sorry.
No, I was saying, and I ended up reading the book anyway, and I enjoyed it. I'm actually reading the second one now too.
Well, talking about the voice thing. So people that
I'm not blaming you, Faye. It's okay. Sorry, Luke, go ahead.
People that know me personally outside of like the internet or stuff like that. People that know my family basically. Someone told me something interesting. They say that like I sound like my dad, like the vocal, like the tone, like the bass tone of my voice, like the deep side. But I talk more like my mum, which is true. Like the way I talk is very similar to how my mum talks, but the deep voice is from my dad. Like yeah, it's this. So it's kind of a hybrid. It's like a combination of my mum's voice and my dad's voice. It's kind of interesting. Because plus, like, if you heard me and my dad, because people say, like, my grandmother would say, oh, like, if I'd answered the phone, she would think it was my dad. But, so certain people say, like, oh, like, Luke and, Phil, my dad's name's Phil. Luke and Phil, they sound the same. But actually, you could tell. If you had heard me and my dad, you would know who's who. Because one, you've known me a while, so you know how I talk. My dad would be saying stuff you might not understand, because my dad says a lot of old sayings that no one says anymore. So, like, you would know right away it was him.
Yeah.
So, like, there's kind of a difference between me and my dad. Like I understand him because he's my dad and I know all these sayings, but he uses a lot of old slang words that even Gen Z kids would be like, what does that mean? Yeah. And I'm talking like British Gen Z kids, the words they've never heard before. In fact, I had to explain to someone quite recently. Someone heard a phrase from an older person saying "have a butcher's." So "have a butcher's" means go look for something, like search something. And my dad does that all the time. Like me and my dad would be exploring somewhere, like if we're on holiday or something. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, have a butcher's around there." And there's people that are growing up now that don't know what that means. So it's kind of more like millennial people. Like they know that word because their parents said all those kind of words. While like the younger generation, like they're learning all these words that they think are new, but they're not. They're like old sayings, like old British sayings that are very odd. And my dad uses a lot of those words, so you would know who's who. You would know right away. That's Luke. That's Dad. Yeah, Luke's dad. But like, yeah, I talk more like my mum. Like the words I use and the phrases I use, I talk a lot more like my mum, but I just sound more like my dad. So it's kind of an interesting hybrid. I don't know if you ever get that, like someone say that you sound like your parents.
When I was a kid, they did. Interestingly, sorry, I was just updating on the results here. I was looking at the Hassan stream. Why am I watching this on? Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna write a piece on this guy someday in this community. No, I'm not. Never mind. I take it back. I'm sorry, Hassan. Mwah, love you. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Yeah, no. When I was a kid, people like I answered the phone, like especially when my voice first started getting deeper. Like I would answer the phone and people would like hi, like they'd think it's my dad. But and every now and you can hear some similarities, but I would say mostly speaking, it's pretty distinct. You can tell. I think our voices are pretty distinct from each other, but I'm sure there's some exceptions here and there. Especially like you said, if you're not friends with me. But even then, I think it's pretty easy to tell most of the time.
I remember that stream you did with your dads when you were playing Mario 64.
Yeah, and that was fun. Yeah, I want to do something like
great.
that. I want to do something like that again, but like make it a bit more fun and engaging. But I do want to do that. Yeah, and that's like that stuff is more entertaining and fun to me than politics anyway. But what makes me sad is like I think we're gonna be fine. Like even if Trump wins, like I think I have faith things will be fine. I'm not like one of these people that's gonna freak out and panic. But I think it's important to understand the severity of what has happened. Just because everything probably will be okay doesn't mean you should neglect the fact that Trump did lie about the 2020 election, did try to coup the government, did try to send fake electors, did sit there for 3 fucking hours as people were breaking into the Capitol, people died, and threatened Mike Pence's life while Mike Pence was in the Capitol building with his family. So like the stuff that Trump has done is absolutely inexcusable. He has said that he is in favor of repealing and throwing out all the terms and regulations, even those found in the Constitution, for the sake of maintaining the second term. Imagine if Kamala Harris had anything remotely similar to this. It's not fair that people look at Trump and give him a pass on that sort of thing. It doesn't make sense. And I think the only reason they do is because a lot of these young men that came out here and voted, they got turned on from people like Andrew Tate and everything. This is why I don't really want to be quiet about this stuff anymore. I was quiet about it because I didn't really care. But like looking at this, it's like, guys, like I don't think you understand what you're doing. Like the people that voted for Trump are just doing it based off vibes. It's on the cultural thing. That's why I hate people getting involved in the cultural argument. Like people are voting for Trump because they're tired of seeing gay characters on TV shows. Like what? Like that's your concern? Your biggest concern is people coming for asylum or people that are here illegally, regardless whether they're working or not. Like people are upset about the most like mundane things. Like those are their strongest arguments with Trump. And
how dare they take a job I'm too lazy to do?
Something like that. Something like that. And you know, yeah, there's a reason that they're not really discussing policy. There's a reason like that the debate we just watched, that intro I just showed you. That guy, like, there's a reason that he was going to things like, your side wants trans kids, your side wants illegal immigration. They're not talking about the intricacies of the policy. They're just saying, your side's like this, your side's like this. You're insane. That's all it is. It's like rhetoric. It's cultural. It's all about vibes and feels, you know?
And what Faye says, you know, about, you know, you're a straight white man, you'll be fine. That's something we also got to take into account, that there's so many people who, you know, who will be the target. Like when Trump gets in, he's going to enable much more, like, kind of, whenever whether he intends it or not, he's going to enable so much more, like, bigotry and hatred towards those who, you know, minorities, you know, and people who, in the gay, trans community, you know, black people and Muslims, like anyone, you know, Hispanic, you know, anyone less privileged will be deeply affected by this election. And I think that that's something that we must stay aware of, because I know people like to make fun of the whole white privilege thing, but there is definitely a privilege aspect where, you know, someone like me, for example, yeah, like I will most likely be fine, you know, because I know that I am privileged as a straight white male, but there's people I care about, like friends and family, who aren't as fortunate as I am in that regard, that will be affected by these things. And yeah. I want to do what I can to protect those people, and that's why I think voting is important, because if you vote for someone that's a danger to those people, unfortunately that says something about you that's not great. So, you know, that's why I think it is important. But,
I agree with you. I'm
not trying to judge too much, but I do think that, yeah, it is important to vote, because you're looking out for people who that will be affected by this.
Yeah, appeal to some.
And some people are probably unaware. Some people are probably unaware how it affects some people, and if they get educated on that, maybe they'll change their mind.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all of that mostly. And Waylon, you're absurd, but thank you for saying hi. Sort of. The only thing I don't really like about the, like, Faye's comment here, like, you're a straight white man, you're gonna be fine. I think in the way that you're saying that, that's true, Faye. I don't think that, like, Trump has made comments regarding minority groups that just are so stupid. Like, even from a strategic perspective, well, apparently not. Apparently from a strategic perspective, it's smart, because look at how many votes he's getting. But he does say things that are just absolutely terrible.
I
And
apologize, but I'm just going to need to go to the bathroom.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. So I'll just say this, that while it's true that he does do that, he doesn't cite hateful rhetoric. I totally agree. And I think that I'll be fine from attacks like that, but I'm not going to be fine from, like, my friends to this day still call me a soy boy cuck because I'm not a staunch Trump defender, because I'm willing to criticize him for anything. Because I'm critical to the amount that I am of Trump, they consider me to have Trump derangement syndrome. They'll turn to the fact that, like, oh, you're only 5'5", you're a fucking loser. That's why you don't have a girlfriend. That's why your voice is so, like, nerdy. That's why you play video games. That's why, like, those kind of things do matter. And it's not this. I'm not saying that there's equal levels of suffering here. Like, I have privileges that I'm just frankly lucky to have, that isn't really something that I've earned, and I acknowledge that. But there's also privileges that I do not have that other people do have, like this guy, for instance. Hassan is more privileged than I am by far, just objectively. It doesn't mean he's wrong, doesn't mean he's a bad guy, but he is taller than me, which it absolutely benefits him. Is he better looking than me? Depends on who you ask, but let's just say he is. That absolutely benefits him. He came from money. His family's insanely wealthy, had a lot of power. They did. He was born into that. He's got that privilege. Those are a couple of privileges that he has. He has loads of them throughout his whole life to this day. But that doesn't mean that there aren't things that he suffers from that other people are privileged not to have to suffer from. That they don't have the same kind of hardships.
I'm back, by the way.
Hello, Luke. I'm just finishing my comment to say that I think that we'll be fine as a country, but I don't think it's just because I'm a straight white man. Like, I think it's just because I have faith that the country will go on standing. But my concern is less of, like, racism towards me and persecution or being thrown in jail because I'm trans or something, or not being allowed to have an abortion or a trans surgery, whatever it may be. My concern is more about the economy and foreign affairs and foreign relations. That's what I'm concerned about when I say, like, I hope that will be all right. Because I do think that Trump has, like, caused a lot of escalation in some areas in the Middle East. And yeah, that stuff sort of makes me nervous. So that's what I'm thinking about. I acknowledge the hateful rhetoric and, like for instance, like the stuff that he just said just not that long ago in the debate about Haitians and migrants eating fucking cats and dogs, that some people I know still believe. Like, it's fucking insane, and it makes people, like, that induces more racism and hatred toward people like Haitian people or people of color. You look at them and be like, oh, they're probably stealing. Like, that stuff does happen. Or like when that one, like all those years ago, like 4 years ago or something, when a woman was shouting and spitting at some Asian lady that had a mask on during the pandemic because she said, like, oh, you were the one that caused it. It's like, what the fuck? If that's real, which it probably is, and if it's not, I'm sure there's stuff like that has happened. I'm sure that's incited from someone like Trump. Trump was the one that's putting that information out there, but my point is that's already been happening, and I'm not really afraid of that sort of thing. Because you're right, I don't really have to worry about it. I'm not afraid of it. But I am more concerned with, like I said, the economy and the foreign issues, tensions and like Ukraine and Russia and Israel and Palestine. What's going to happen? I'm worried that he's just going to I'm not going to feel fine if Trump just gives Israel what they need. I'm not going to feel fine if he allows Russia to go into Ukraine. I'm not saying this will happen. I'm kind of speaking hyperbolically or whatever. That's what I'm talking about when I say I'm concerned. I just wanted to express that. Sorry. What were you saying, Luke?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, like, when you said about the Middle East with Trump, were you talking about Iran?
Sorry, what were you saying? What about Iran?
Iran. Is that what you were alluding to when you were talking about your concerns?
Yeah. I think a lot of his policies have caused some escalations and tension in the Middle East. that has
Oh,
not
definitely, yeah.
not been good, and I think that he was a direct cause of that, and I worry that he'll continue doing that, and also like the way that he seems like, ironically, as someone like Trump, who's obviously pretty good at manipulating the young men demographic of this fucking country. He also is he's pretty impressionable himself. He's easily manipulated by people fraternizing and flattering him. You know, that's why he wrote love letters to, who was it, Kim Jong-un? Or was it someone in China? I think it was Kim Jong-un. Or all the stuff he says about Putin, and how like he brags about Putin liking him and everything like that. It's like so weird, you know? It's like what are you saying? That's how you win Trump over, and that's what scares me. Is like he's like people call Kamala and Biden a puppet, and I ask them how they know that, and they get mad at me and say that I'm retarded because I didn't do enough research. But when I ask them, like, I'll keep asking repeatedly, like, what? Just show me something. Like, how do you know they're a puppet? Who's controlling them? How do you know that? And they're just like, if it's not obvious to you, then you're lost. Like, you're the problem. And then I send a GIF of Anakin Skywalker saying, like, if you're not with me, then you're against me. And then they take it seriously, and they're like, yeah, enjoy the dark side. Like, I can't believe it's so sad you would go to the dark side, considering to vote for Kamala. It's really funny. I'll have to send you a screenshot of that. Anyway, sorry for rambling.
Like for a Star Wars meme.
Yeah, I'll show you, but I have to DM it because it's I'm gonna show you. This was really funny.
The dark side.
I did. I joined the dark side. Oh man.
Well, like that also reminds, going back to Fred's, like, someone, when I was talking about the whole the school lunch meals thing, and everyone was calling me like an idiot and all these other words. One person said to me, yeah, like, Kamala Harris is a Marxist. And I just politely asked him, so, okay, how exactly? Like, what drew you to that conclusion? And he said, didn't you know? Google it. And I just Googled Kamala Harris Marxist, and it was just literally articles debunking.
I know, yeah.
Where's the bit where it confirms she is? Because this person says, didn't you know? Google it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, I asked Dr. Google, and they didn't. All they said was that she wasn't. So, where's your point?
Well, the next thing they'll say is like, well, this is what someone else will say. Like, well, that's your first mistake. He must have been controlled opposition, because no one would trust Google. Google is extremely biased. You should never use Google. That's what someone tells me. I'm like, where should I research then? Like, you got to find some better search engine. I'm like, can you give me an example of a good one? Like, you want DuckDuckGo? He's like, no, not that either. That's also manipulative. Like, what should I use? He's like, well, that's the thing. You can't use it. He said, like, that's why it's so hard to find. I'm like, what the fuck? How do you know that? He's like, dude, I just look at the big picture. I can just tell. You get some sense of things. There's some things that go beyond logic, Silver. I'm like, okay.
I have this special software that you can download as a search engine, but
I wish they give it to me.
But yeah, insert convenient reason why I can't give it to you.
Just trust me, bro. The typical Trump. Yeah. Just trust me, bro.
Just trust me.
Just trust me.
But
fucking monstrous.
Oh my god. I was curious though. I didn't watch the whole thing, but because I don't follow Joe Rogan, but when I heard that Joe Rogan had interviewed Trump, I wanted to know. I guessed. I said to Phil, my friend Phil, I bet he asked him about aliens. I bet he asked him about, and he didn't disappoint, because all I had to type on YouTube was Joe Rogan, Trump, aliens, and there's a whole clip where he's just going, so like, do you know about aliens? I was just like, this is such typical Joe Rogan. Like, that's probably the only reason he had him on there. It's such typical Joe Rogan.
Yeah. By the way, Faye, I appreciate that. And I understand. I'm not saying that you were saying that. I hear that said a lot, and I just wanted to share that, because like, I don't want it to be misunderstood what I mean when I say that I'm worried. I'm not trying to argue that I have the same hardships as other people. I know minorities have it much harder in many different areas. It depends, but that's just not really my concern. Like, I'm a lot less concerned about those social issues. Now, my concern is going to increase now that Trump is in office, as well as J.D. Vance, or probably will be, and all the other cabinet members, and Project 2025, or whatever new version of it that will come later, the revised version. I'm not excited about that. the more and more I look into it and think about it, the more I get worried for those individuals, those groups. But yeah, I think we'll be all right. I really do. I think things can be okay. And I think that's important to remember, no matter what. And if it does look like it gets that bleak, then I don't know, maybe you'll have a neighbor. Although I don't want to go to Canada. Maybe I'll do Japan. They're pretty conservative over there too, but it's a lot safer and cleaner.
I've been to Japan. I can confirm it's very clean.
Yeah, you're so lucky you've been to Japan. I want to go there. Man.
Yeah, it was nice.
Well, let's see if we have like an official update on anything. Like, let's see what these guys are saying now.
There's 1 hour into the future.
Let's see what they say.
Cubans and the Dominicans and shit,
Yeah, you think all the Puerto Ricans in the U.S. like Puerto Rico? Why do you think they came over here?
What about Canada? What? You have against Canada, bitch? I don't have anything against Canada. Listen, the only thing that has come out of Canada that I know of is Justin Bieber, and Jordan Peterson, I'm good.
What about Jim Carrey?
Oh, you know what? Ryan Reynolds came from there, and Jim Carrey is cool too. You're right. I didn't know that. I didn't know Jim Carrey was from Canada.
He is, yeah. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah.
All right. Well, maybe I'll go there. Yeah, free health. Yeah, free healthcare over there, right? Yeah, I heard it's bad though. Faye, let me ask you, what is your opinion on the healthcare system there? Celine, I didn't know that she was from Canada. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you listen? I admit that I was ignorant about it. Can you fucking give me a break and tell me, what do you think of the healthcare system in Canada? I'm really curious what you think of it as a Canadian.
A trash comment made Puerto Ricans unhappy, but made everyone else okay.
Other than the fact that it's free, what do you think about it? How does it? Other than it's free, that's your. You know what? Fuck you. Fine. I'm gonna keep listening to this.
We also have the NHS.
Oh, that's true. You also have.
I guess out of Alaska.
How's the healthcare over there? Is it better than America?
Do we have any reporting there yet?
I don't think so.
We might. This might be a worse loss than 2016.
What's
Kamala
that?
is on top there right now.
I care about Nevada. It doesn't
The
matter.
NHS
Okay, but
is a
well,
beautiful thing. It's
once we win
wonderful.
Pennsylvania and we lose Wisconsin, right? Show me
It's what makes
Arizona.
me-
Show me Arizona.
I'm not
Matter
usually one of
with
those people
Arizona.
that talk about how patriotic they are and all that, but if there's anything I'm proud to be British for, it's definitely the NHS. And the NHS hasn't been around that long because we take the NHS for granted. We talk about the NHS like it's been around since fucking medieval times, but it hasn't. It's been around since after World War II. It's a post World War II thing, NHS, and it's a wonderful thing. Although it's under threat because certain politicians want to privatise it. And it has been.
Sorry. No, you finished. You said they want to privatize it, and
Yeah, no. So I think under what's going on with Labour at the moment, it will stay the same. But a lot of Conservative politicians in the past have talked about their interest in privatising it.
hold on. I want to answer some of Waylon's questions because he's so. I feel bad. He's asking all these questions. He has no idea what's going on. Okay, the first question is, how is everything? How are the percentages so close if it looks all red? I don't blame you. So the reason is the Electoral College. It's one reason. If you don't know about that, the Electoral College is there's people called electorates. Like there's 16 electoral votes here. There's 5 electoral votes here. There's 11 over here in Arizona. There's 54 here in California. So when we vote here, the majority vote in the state. Let's say most people in California vote for Kamala as they did, then all the electors go towards Kamala, and that's what counts as a vote. The popular vote percentages are pretty close, but that doesn't really matter because when you zoom in here and you look at these, doesn't matter how many votes Kamala got here. If Trump got most of them, then the electorates here are going to vote for Trump, and those votes are what actually elect the president, which means that the percentages is close because of the popularity of the vote. But the that's where hopefully that answers your question. The other one you said, yo, what's good, Mr. Roy? Did we win? It depends on what team you're on. how would they know about American healthcare system? Because a lot of people are educated on it, especially Luke. Most people that aren't Americans seem to understand non-American things way better than Americans understand foreign affairs. Not gonna lie, your system is quite stupid from an outside perspective. What do you mean your system? And I agree with you. I don't like the system either.
Well, and what Faye was saying about healthcare could be better, obviously, and feel like, you know, on the staff side and, you know, better working conditions. That's the same over here. Like I love the NHS and the healthcare system, but there are problems, obviously, like anything. And that is that some of the workers are under bad conditions right now. Sometimes nurses go on strike and doctors, or junior doctors, go on strike. And yeah, I think that there are things to improve on with the NHS, but I am very pro, you know, public healthcare, you know, free healthcare, and I'm sure Faye's the same way about her healthcare in Canada. But that is something that people who favour private, because we have private healthcare as an option. I think private healthcare as an option is fine, but when you make that the only option, it's a problem, I think.
I agree with that. Yeah, that sounds nice. Yeah.
Yeah, but like with, for example, strikes and all that's something that people who favour privatisation of healthcare, they will always use that. They always use, waiting room lists. You know, there's long waiting times. See, this is why you shouldn't have public healthcare. But they like to use those things to discredit, you know, free healthcare. But like, what they fail to understand is not everyone, to force private healthcare on everyone, I think is a terrible idea. That's why I'm like, yeah.
That's an interesting point that Faye mentioned. Like, she's like, I have to wait for hours in the emergency room, but I don't mind because it is free. And if I want to go faster, I can pay. That's a good point. But I remember like watching like a Steven Crowder video like all those years ago of him going to Canada and reviewing the healthcare system, and he obviously made it look like it was worse than it was by, like, you know, going in there waiting for hours and saying, look how long they made us wait. In America, I go in, I get help like that. I'm curious why that is. I have to do more research to understand why it would be quicker in America versus in the UK, and what the consequences of that difference is. Real quick, Waylon, your question about Jill Stein, she's just part of the Green Party. It is just between two presidents. These are the most two popular parties. It's the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. Pretty much always like that. There are other people that are like, I'm going to go against them. Theoretically, anyone can run. That's why you can write someone else's name on the ballot. You could have wrote in SilverWolf if you wanted to, or Luke, whoever you wanted. That's why there's 30,927 people so far that have voted for Jill Stein. There are some people that do that. But they don't have the same level of funding and influence, so usually people kind of don't even bother. Even if they like them, people decide, listen, no one else is going to vote for them, so I'm throwing away a vote by giving it to them, and I should instead vote for somebody that has a chance, one of these two. So even if I hate both these guys, that's the mentality people have.
I'm going to vote for Harambe.
Harambe's dead.
Exactly. He'd be better.
Well, Faye, let me ask, like, what about, like, in life or death emergency situations? Are there exemptions for that? Like, if I come into an emergency room and, like, I'm really scared that I think I'm going to die. Like, if I had, like, an aneurysm, like, what happens then? I'm curious. Like, be honest with me. Like,
That's true, Harambe is alive in our hearts.
Whatever, dude. I wonder if there's, like, a Harambe tribute. Is this disrespectful? Let me find. Let's see. A true friend.
Panic and desperation at the Cincinnati Zoo. A 4-year-old boy slips into the zoo's gorilla habitat and over a moat wall. Suddenly, Harambe, a 17-year-old, 400-pound
He was only 17?
the boy. His mother watches in horror at what happens next.
I'm right here.
Why am I watching this? Fuck you, Luke. Stop putting Harambe in my brain. Why was I watching?
I'm blaming Phil because he told me that recently.
I don't know why I'm watching it.
Responsibility.
Whatever, dude. Oh my gosh. Fuck, man. Well, let me ask you this question. Actually, we should do a Q&A. If you guys have questions, then send them in. But here's my question for you, Luke. Also, if you guys know any Trump supporters, please send them my way. We want to talk to them. Please send a Trumpy over here. I want to say hi.
To cuss me out.
Yeah, they can cuss Luke out, but be nice to me. I'll be nice to you. But Luke, let's just assume Trump wins because it looks like he will. Technically, 247. What did they call something? Nevada and Arizona? Yeah, these two fucking states. Yeah, it's over. And Pennsylvania going to him probably. Oh my word, it's over.
Oh shit.
These guys are coping. Well, let's just assume that Trump is winning. How does this affect your country, or you personally, other than what you've already expressed about feeling for minorities in my country and stuff like that? How else does it affect you and your country, or does it not at all?
I will say it'll be interesting to see how relations will be between UK and US during this time, because while he was first in, the Conservative Party was still in, and it was Theresa May, and then she resigned, and then Boris Johnson got in. Boris Johnson actually had a really good relationship with Trump. I don't know if you noticed that, but they had a very good relations between them two. But with the Labour Party, with Keir Starmer, I'd be interested to see how the dynamic would be between them two, because I don't think there's clearly a lot they disagree on. I'll put it that way. I'd like to see how diplomatically they would be able to deal with each other. And also, in the Labour Party, you have Steve Khan, who's our mayor, and famously they've taken a lot of jabs at each other, Trump and Steve Khan. So it'd be very interesting to see how they would both get along, which probably wouldn't be very well at all. But I also think that Trump's influence on us is that you have people like Nigel Farage, who's kind of like the British Donald Trump, really, who's the leader of the Reform Party, and it will probably enable more votes for someone like Nigel Farage, because the people who are dissatisfied with the Tory Conservative Party in the UK, they're going more towards the right for parties like Reform Party, and unsurprisingly, they have nice things to say about Trump. And I think this will enable someone like Nigel Farage more. So that would be the biggest impact it would have on the UK. That, you know, it will sort of empower more far-right voices. But it's already happening. You know, like Nigel Farage and Tommy Robinson. There was a whole thing that happened a few months ago. You might remember it, where there were riots. And a lot of that was encouraged by people like Nigel Farage and Tommy Robinson. They caused a lot of that because they encouraged it. They encouraged people to go fucking nuts, and didn't really think about. Well, no, actually, I think they were totally aware of the influence they had, but again, they just didn't care how it affected people. So I think things like that will be impacted by Trump's win. But I'm not saying it will destroy the UK alone. I'm just saying that it will definitely enable more extremist voices to encourage more bullshit like this, like the riots we had a few months ago.
Thanks for the posture check.
That's the biggest thing I think it would impact on us.
Do you think? No, you're good. Yeah, Faye said that there are Trump supporters in Canada. And it gives power to the conservatives there in Canada.
Yeah, well, like I said, yeah, that's kind of how I think it would similarly impact us. I think that would be the biggest thing that would happen in the UK.
It's weird how people can. I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, my mind is spiraling. I think I'm gonna have to get high because I can't slow it down. It's like I'm going through. That's why I want to talk to a Trump supporter. Like, I want to understand. Like, what am I getting wrong? Okay, if everyone else is thinking,
what am I getting wrong?
Yeah, what? Like, please inform me. Like, I want to learn. Okay, if Trump is better than Kamala, or if Kamala was gonna be that bad and Trump was gonna be that great, then at least give me a strong case. Okay, and I'll hear you out. But so far, I haven't gotten one. Who is this? Pathetic Pawn. Blitz Pawn showed up? Yo, what's good, Blitz Pawn?
Oh, wow, it's Blitz.
Yo, don't get high. Face your feelings straight on coward. What? Oh, face your feelings straight on coward. I am facing my feelings. It's not an emotional thing. It's a mind thing. I like my mind spirals, and it'd be nice to kind of chill out and laugh a little easier, especially on my day off. It'd be nice. Oh, it just hit me. Blitz can vote. Wait, did you vote, Blitz? You don't have to tell me if you voted or not, but you have to tell me if you voted, and you have to tell me who you voted for, and you have to explain why. And if I don't agree with you, then I'm gonna unmod you. And if you can't beat me to debate, then I'm gonna ban you from the stream.
I have a source. Blitz voted for Donkey Kong.
Hop on Roblox. I will play. Wait, what? What, Luke? Never mind. I would farm you in a debate. Let's debate on Roblox in the Roblox chat. That would be funny. We should do that. Yeah, dude. I feel bad for these guys. Look at this. This guy was like so optimistic earlier. Look at him, he's just depressed sitting here. Roblox politics. That would be funny. We're just on some random Roblox game. We start debating stuff in front of all the 12-year-olds. The 12-year-olds will probably start debating too. I remember starting debates on Club Penguin, where I would go on Club Penguin. I would say like astrology is bogus, and there'd be all these like pink penguins that would get really fucking triggered, and they would like come like chase me around the map, like spamming it all caps. No, it's not. It's like so funny. That was like, oh man, I was such a troll on Club Penguin.
I remember on Xbox Live, the things you would say to start an argument. I remember joining a lobby on Left 4 Dead. Or was it Left 4 Dead 2? I think it was Left 4 Dead 2. And I joined. There was two guys talking about shark films.
Films?
Yeah, shark films like Jaws,
yeah,
Deep Blue Sea.
Okay.
And these two guys got into a massive, heated argument. It wasn't like, being funny. Like, they were actually getting angry about what was the best shark film. Because one guy was saying Jaws, obviously, and the other guy said no. It was two Scottish guys, and they were getting so angry trying to talk about what was the best shark film. And one of them was saying Deep Blue Sea, and the other one was saying Jaws, and they actually got fucking fuming about it. Like, they were so angry, and I'm thinking, they're talking about they were talking about shark films like they were talking about something really serious. Like, what is your opinion on like abortion rights or gay rights? It's like, no. Let's talk about shark films and get into a heated argument about it.
That's a good idea.
Like, they actually got into this serious argument about it, and I remember just being on Xbox Live going like, I don't know what is going on. And I was like 14 at the time.
Yeah, dude, I remember walking into debates on COD. People like there was like somebody like that got really personal. Like, I walked into something and it was some British guy like yelling at some American, and the American just kept saying like "fuck you, fuck your British queen." I was like, what the fuck is going on? They're like, well, I was like, what's going on? Like, people get fucking lit. I just joined like a fucking random, like, I don't even like, that was such a weird time. Like, the console days, like, for me, I guess it still happens, but like, the way the communities work, like joining random parties through like a friend of a friend, like that's how we like met people, like you and me would like you would invite me to a friend of your, like a friend's custom game on Halo 3, and then and then he would invite us to like a different friend's custom game of Halo 3, and then we like all kind of started talking in circles, and it kept expanding. It was a really beautiful time. That was a fun time. We should play video games more. Look, I miss playing video games.
Enough of this politics.
Yeah, can we do it? Yeah, let's play some Halo 3. That would be fun. Let's just we should just be taking shots and just kind of like watching the red wave hit America and play some Halo and just imagine that this is a post-apocalyptic world, and this is what we have to do.
Embracing the chaos.
Yeah, we're just desensitizing ourselves. OMG, new overlay, us, you're so techno. Also, I don't believe there's any point in voting, but yes, I voted. Why don't you think there's any point in voting? And are you willing to share who you voted for, understanding that no one will judge you?
I told you, Blitz voted for Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong December. Just join my fucking Minecraft server and you'll make friends there. Wait, oh, I thought that was Blitz that said that for a second. Fuck. I don't know, Faye. To be honest with you, Faye, I was gonna join your server recently. I'm in your server. But then I was like, man, I think I'm too edgy for you guys. Like, I think I'm gonna get like high one day, and I'm gonna say something like really unhinged, and then people are gonna hate me, and nothing will fix that. And I don't know if I'm really sensitive. I can I can act tough, but I'm pretty sensitive. So, yeah. Actually, that's not true. I can like, no, I'm a sensitive guy. I just try to like deal with it. So yeah, it's 18 plus Waylon. 18. Oh, I thought you said it's 18, and then like plus we have Waylon there. It's on Java, Faye. I can't. You're joking. What could you even possibly say? I don't know. But like I don't know. I'm gonna say the N word. I'm gonna say it with a hard R, and I'm gonna say it like What? Every time I say what, you just laugh. I'm like, what the fuck did you say?
Hold on, please don't.
No, I'm not. Oh, yeah, that's what you said. No, I'm not gonna say that. Don't worry. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not like actually on edge. Yeah, I'll join the Minecraft server. Yeah, I'll play. Pathetic Pawn. Why do you change your name to Pathetic? Why do you hate yourself? What's wrong with you, Blitz? You should get in this VC. Blitz, get in this VC right now and say who you voted for. If you don't do that, that's okay. All right, guys, this is what I'm gonna have right now. Luke, you see this?
You don't listen to me. I said Donkey Kong, and he confirmed it.
Wait, he said Donkey Kong? You're voting for Donkey Kong? Hold on, where?
He said he wrote it down.
What? Where did he say that? Are you lying to me?
He said it up there.
Up there. Also, I don't believe in voting. OMG.
I wrote on my ballot Donkey Kong. It's above Waylon.
Just joins the that's it. Politics are over and hop on Roblox. Pawn. Don't get high. Face your feelings. I give up. I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me. I think this is fake news. Screenshot it or it didn't happen. This is fake news, bro. I'm gonna have this.
Oh, I can screenshot it.
I'm gonna enjoy this because if JD Vance gets what he wants, this might be illegal someday. So I'm gonna give it a go.
Okay.
Do you think? Wait, I don't think it's possible for them to ban cannabis at this point, is it?
I have no idea.
I don't think it'll work. I wish we had more Americans in here that were educated and weren't just like fucking 12-year-olds like Waylon and Blitzpawn. This is why we have to like have a politics stream like every once a month to get some like older people in here that are above the age of 12. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, guys. He's gone. What?
Who's gone?
I'm gonna say the N word. I'm gonna say it with a hard R, and I'm gonna say it like What? Dude, don't do that. Okay, man, I'm 15. I can drive if I wasn't a lazy bum. Okay, man, I'm 15. I'm practically a grown-up. I'm just kidding, Waylon. I'm kidding. It's federally illegal.
Here's final proof. I sent it to you.
But the states are set to control that legally, too. Yeah, we'll be fine. California's not gonna do anything, so I'm chill. Ow, dude. Yeah. People. Have you ever gotten high before, Luke?
Yeah, a couple of times.
Oh, really? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I did. I remember I went to Amsterdam and I had the space cakes, like the medium dose.
Oh.
Me and my friends, because there's different ones. You could get like a mild one or like a medium or like a high. Like high. Anyway, we just literally we ate a bunch of space cakes, went to one of the hotel rooms that we're staying at, and we just played Uno. But there was one time where we were talking about, someone brought up the moon landing, and they said like, do you think it was like, faked? And I went on a sort of tangent on why I don't think it's fake.
Oh, no.
I also mentioned a documentary I watched about people talking about how Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing, and that he tried to tell everyone this in The Shining because Danny, the little boy in The Shining, wore Apollo 11 pajamas, and apparently that's proof that Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing.
Oh, man.
And I talked about this for a good 20 minutes, and then I said, oh, whose go is it? Oh, it's my go, and we're playing Uno.
basically said, "Oh, by the way, I don't believe this."
You just like wasted 20 minutes of their time. It was so crazy. Oh, it's my turn.
That's what happens when I'm high. I lose focus.
All right, let's see what happens when I'm high. I'm just gonna down this whole thing right now. Okay, this is St. Ides watermelon flavor. I don't do it for the flavor. In fact, it's really gross to me. But here we go.
So hot take for Blitz. Pepsi drinkers are filthy. And they should.
You were so big and strong, and ever since you're gone, I can't sleep.
So gross.
Life just ain't the same.
Yeah, so gross.
You're really selling it.
I do
That's
not.
so great.
I do not condone this.
Without you.
If it's illegal to do it in your state, don't do it.
Do it.
He's in Britain. He can't get caught.
I looked at the TV with tears running
Well,
down
don't tell
my
that story that a
cheeks.
friend of mine got caught smoking weed because it's technically illegal.
What happened to him?
So here's what happened.
I wish
So
they
he was
took that
in the car,
mother's life
and the
instead.
police, stopped him. He was already stationary, and they checked the back of his car, the boot, and they took everything. Basically, took it themselves and went, "This didn't happen," and they walked away. They took all his weed for themselves.
Dude.
And just let him go.
I want you to come
That's
back.
fucking crazy.
Is that so
Dude,
much
conservatives
to
are
ask?
fucking. Oh, I was gonna say the R word again. I'm sorry. They are so fucking imbecilic. What the fuck? Like, it's so crazy. My friend told me, well, not really a friend. Yeah, I just met him, but at one of my jobs, like my coworker was telling me that he has a buddy in Texas, like just 2 years ago. It's illegal to do weed in Texas, and he has like a pen, the Benjamin, and just for having the pen on his person, I don't know how he got caught or where, but just having that pen, he was put in prison for a week, just for having the weed pen. It's insane how like these like what is the logic in that law? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just so. Man.
That's the thing. Yeah, these police officers just took the weed for themselves and said, "Yeah, this didn't happen. We'll just pretend this didn't happen." They just took it for themselves.
Yeah, that's really funny. Let's see what Hutch is saying real quick.
1942, but it's concerning that somebody like Trump, who I would argue, and so did his generals, has fascist tendencies. That's obviously a big concern. I don't really have any like easy answers for that right now. It's a challenge.
Discord.gg Hutch if you want to argue. Let's pretend that we're a Trump supporter and troll this guy. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. Why would you go? Because I want to own this guy in a debate. I'm just kidding.
Imagine like if yeah, that's a question I was going to ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what actually happened to the wall? Because I know that was the big thing that sold Trump the first time. The whole I'm going to build a wall. What happened?
My understanding is that he started it, but it never got finished. I'm not even sure if it did. We could just ask ChatGPT. Oh, my session expired. Fuck. Whatever. Yeah, we're pre-gaming to Donkey Kong December, bro. By the way, I have big Donkey Kong December plans, Blitzwan, but it's gonna be all on YouTube, no Twitch. We're gonna do Donkey Kong 64 shit. We're gonna do Donkey Kong 64 like multiplayer drinking stream with Brendan Pants, and I might just play through the entire game, as well as other Donkey Kong games with like my dad, my family, my friends, and by myself. It's gonna be lit. No.
Yes, mate. There is a big place.
What is SilverWolf? I agree. The wall. No, honestly, like in my opinion, I kind of agree now. I used to think that though, like, what's the big deal with the wall? Oh, you did send me a screenshot. I indeed wrote on my ballot Donkey Kong. I'm sorry. I didn't believe you. I thought you were trolling. But yeah, no, I think let's just Google. Did Trump finish the wall? Or did he even start the wall? Did Trump start the wall? I never really wrote much of this down. According to...
I used to hear about it all the time.
Well, because like it definitely wasn't done. The wall was a constant source. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just... I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, but since I have to sign in here, I have a special plugin that will help me like... No, we're not. We can see this. Actually, no, we can't. Fuck. Hold on. I'm spreading my RAM too thick. Give me a second. I gotta take it easy. By the way, guys, real quick, how is the volume right now? Are we chilling? Like, I'm just testing the audio. Is the music okay? Is Luke's voice okay when he speaks? Is my voice okay? What should be adjusted? Music too loud. Okay, how about this? This will be better. Right here. We can hardly hear you. Now you can hear me. I was just saying that we're gonna have a massive... Okay, I think we got it fixed. I was just testing what the video volume should be. But no, we're gonna have a big Donkey Kong December stream. We're gonna do like drinking collab, Donkey Kong multiplayer with Brendan, and play several Donkey Kong games. December will be fun for Christmas. But what was I saying? What was it? Yeah, what were we talking about a second ago?
Oh, I think you were talking about the wall.
Oh yeah, the wall. Yeah, I was about to Google it.
Did that actually start?
Yeah, but oh man. Wait, why did I type that in? Let's just. It wasn't finished. I think that it was started, but I don't know. It definitely was not finished, and I don't think much progress got done. So, I don't know. Like, I want to be careful what I click, because I can just like feel like the Trumpers being like, no, Wikipedia is false. BBC bias, Newsweek bias, CNN communist, BBC porn, Brookings liberal, the Texas Tribune fucking base. Let's check this shit out. Texas, hell yeah. Let's take a look. The Texas Tribune, trusted election results for all of Texas. He built a privately funded border wall. It's already a risk of falling down if not fixed. Okay, this is very liberal leaning, never mind. This article is co-published by ProPublica. No, looks like part of it was built, but not much. The thing is that even with the wall, it doesn't really matter. Like, I heard someone else make this point. Like that's why the wall is kind of a silly concept, because the influx, the immigration problem doesn't really stem just from people coming here. It's the asylum laws. People just come, claim asylum, and you have to, like, handle them and take them. If you wanted to fix that issue, then you should reevaluate the asylum laws. But instead, he just wants to put a fucking wall up. And then impose a new bill that just separated families from each other. Which was already happening under Obama, yes. But the new policy that Trump implemented included that mandate of separating families. So it wasn't like a continuation of a specific bill that Obama did. It's that Trump's new bill did the same thing that Obama was doing. Does that make sense?
Were they literally putting children in cages or something? Or is that something I'm misreading?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that was happening under Obama still.
Okay, yeah. Which is...
Wait, what? Oh! My bad. Thank you, guys. Wait, Luke, say something.
Yeah?
Here, I'll just mute it entirely. Let me do this. This might be better. The reason that it was too loud is because I was adjusting it to, like, YouTube videos. I'm sorry, guys. I kept adjusting it on YouTube, but it was here. No wonder Luke or me couldn't hear that. I'm sorry. Thanks for the DMs, guys. Thankfully, I opened Discord. Anyway.
Woohoo.
You guys didn't miss much. Like, a quick recap is basically, we were just talking about how the wall was kind of silly, because it didn't really stop anything. And the people that were coming here, dude, what the fuck? Stop! Anyway, I hate you guys. You guys are fucking...
Who do you hate?
All of you fucking commies.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
11. Oh man, I'm
wow.
fucking fuming.
That powerful.
Open this if you hate minorities. Fuck you, Spider-Man. He's always up in my DMs.
I don't know.
All right. Anyway, let's adjust this so it's all perfect, okay? This sounds pretty comfortable for me right here, for like the next 6 minutes or so. All right. And the Luke, say something now.
Hello.
Oh, wonderful. All right, you sound good. All right. I think we're chilling. Let me know if you guys want me to adjust anything further. Okay, Luke. Once again, no, you have to talk. I gotta finish this drink real fast. Hold on.
Is Brian alive? Brain, sorry.
Yeah, man, I hate the taste of that. Sorry, guys. I know I'm a weenie. Is it actually? Or are you guys just trolling now? Luke, say something. Like, just a little bit?
Mute.
In your opinion? Okay, ready? Here.
I think I've been muted.
That's better. No, you haven't been muted. I'm still pleased how fast he beat my ass with K-Roll. Where's Brian? Oh, Brian left, bro. He's a dad. He's got a kid. He's probably still kicking, but probably doing other shit, you know? You want to see my balls? What are you, gay? You understand that I'm homophobic as fuck and do not allow gay people in this private Christian stream. Get out of here. Ugh. I'm just kidding, that wasn't real.
Silver's actually secretly gay.
Yeah, that's how I cope. I just pretend that I'm anti-gay. I'm secretly like fapping to Luke every fucking day. Have you guys not seen? Have you guys not seen his body? Look at this fucking man. Look at him. Look at him.
Does it sound like Wolverine?
Look at this guy. Have you guys seen him shirt? Like, look at this. Look at this fucking man. That's literally Luke. They just CGI'd Hugh Jackman on him. But he didn't have time to get the body back, so they just fucking hired Luke. And then, like, look, and the fucking 3D. Dude, I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm gonna goon. I have to. I can't help it. Okay?
Oh, well. Yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine, that was me.
Let's look for one more update, because I'm just curious. No, I'm not. I do. I want to see them cope. Hold on.
But first I was Captain America, now I'm Wolverine now, apparently.
Yeah, I'm over Captain America. He's boring. But Wolverine, man, that was your best role by far. Big fan. Big fan.
My best body double.
You should think about going to the gym, bro. I bet, like, dude, like, I don't know what you look more handsome than you did when I first met you. How is that?
I guess some people age.
Some people age better. Like, you look like there's something about the facial hair, and you're just like, yeah, it's like,
yeah, it's probably the facial hair. I do look better with facial hair. I can't. Last time I shaved it all off, I thought, who is this 12-year-old child?
Well, yeah, but no, dude, you also like the style. I've just seen your Instagram and Facebook posts, like your style, especially the winter style, like the you know what I'm talking about, like. And then also, like, there's something about, like, also, are you guys official now, this girl that you're seeing, or are you guys just kind of still exploring?
Yeah, it's been 4 months, so yeah,
it's kind of there. Okay, yeah. So, like, this girl that you're with, I don't know her name, but she also looks really pretty. So there's something about having two attractive people that kind of, like, make each other look more attractive. You guys boost these attractive. I don't know what it is. It's just like a psychosomatic thing that happens in my brain. But yeah, just giving you a compliment. No homo or anything like that. Although I would blow you, but, you know, as friends.
That's fine.
I'm just kidding.
No, that's completely fine.
I'm kidding, Luke. Don't take it seriously. If you actually think I'm gay, I'm gonna start freaking out.
Hey, you know.
Luke,
cool debates.
Stop. Fucking debating. He would have had a ball if he was here.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, sorry. Excuse me.
Full homo.
He's going too hard on this he's not gay bit. Wait, what? Which makes sense because which makes me think he might be gay. Because of how hard he's pretending to be gay. Why are you gay? I'm not gay. Dude, Dude, that's another piece of like thing, and because it happened like relatively long ago, it feels like it's just a meme. But like, it feels like that shit could happen today. Who like what a weird question. Why are you gay? Dude.
He went straight to the point.
Why are you gay? Like even the accent like aids with it, because like who says I'm gay? You are gay. Dude,
it's like as if he's telling someone they are and they haven't discovered it yet.
Yeah. Or like he's just like, yeah, it's so silly. The question is clearly imposed in such a way that like you're choosing to be gay. Why is that? Why would you want that? It's so silly. Faye, I have a question for you about your sexuality as a lesbian woman. When did you choose to be lesbian? And how much did the liberals pay you?
Choose? What?
What the? Gay rights activist. Does Brian actually have a kid, or am I gullible? No, he does. Yeah, he actually does. He had a kid pretty young. Him and his wife got married young. They were like in their early 20s. They got married. Like when I say early 20s, like I don't know how old he is now. I don't remember exactly how old he was when we first met him. But I started streaming like what 2-3 years ago, and he was like 22 at that time. So, and he already had like a 1-year-old. So, yeah. Last month, you actually had to give them $20 for the membership card. It's all goddamn Biden's administration forcing her. It has to be. I think Biden ate an ice cream sandwich probably last Monday. Just a thought. Do you have any evidence for this? Can you cite your sources? Oh wait, I want to hear how they're coping. I'm sorry, I forgot about this.
Fuck the world was for the first like year or two and all the recovery after. I mean, it's hard to say. Who knows? But because like, how do you even begin to tease all that out? Yeah.
Biggest lesson here, though, is that being a woman is the biggest crime you can commit. Remember that. It doesn't matter.
You lost your mind.
Well, okay, Amaranth. Let's slow down a little bit, Amaranth. To be fair, Kamala Harris shouldn't have been the nominee because Biden shouldn't have been the nominee. And Kamala Harris probably wouldn't have been the nominee if it wasn't for Biden. So in a way, you can kind of blame Biden for all this. However, she's kind of right. She's kind of spitting at the same time, though. I bet there's so many people out there that were like, no way I'm voting for a woman. And that's fucking gay. In a bad way. Which is, all the ways, because gay is inherently bad. I'm just sorry. I'm done. All right, that's the last time. You see what I mean?
You're digging a hole.
I'm already in a hole, man. It's fine. I'm a grounded person.
You're digging a hole so deep you can hand yourself to Satan personally.
Spit in his face, though.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Noah? I already slipped out of that tight little butthole last night. It was fucking awesome. No. Dude, we should go down a rabbit hole of the Mariana Trench. What? Fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me unpause this because I really want to see how they cope for one more minute.
Yeah, that is possible, but who knows? Who knows?
Damn, I thought she ran a good campaign too, so I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah,
It's hard to say if anybody ran a good or bad campaign. Like Trump's campaign was insane. But I mean, like she has like a limited amount of time. Everything is like crazy, historic, and yeah.
Do we all think that for sure Biden would have done worse?
I think he would have done worse.
It's really hard to say.
No, here's the thing. I think he might have had a good performance in the second debate, redeemed himself, and been able
He just needs to literally be on Bidance. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that, man. I know I have to write an article about this. I think I'm gonna write about that. Faye, you inspired an article, and also I'm not high yet, so be careful. But I'm going to write about your point that like Donald Trump was a better influencer than he was a politician, and I don't know if that was your point or not, but I think that's what won him. I'm not hype on. I think that's what won him the election. I think that's what aided his campaign. I mean, he went on Aiden Ross, Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan. He went on all like the young men dude shows, Wait, Blitz, who did you actually vote for? I really want to know. Oh, it was my point. Oh, it was? About your homophobia? I was waiting for this. Oh my god. No way I'm voting for a woman. And that's... No, why would you do that? Why would you do that? I wasn't even thinking about that. gosh, you guys are fucking monsters. No way I'm voting for a woman. And that's fucking gay. Dude. Oh my fuck, that's crazy. I gotta chill. Alright guys, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are in a bad way.
Yep,
Which is
can't get out of this one.
Because gay is inherently bad. No way I'm voting for a woman. And that's fucking gay. In a bad way. Which is, all the ways, because gay is inherently bad. No way I'm voting for a woman. And that's... Which is all the ways, because gay is inherently bad. Oh my fuck.
Trump democratized abortion. If people don't like it, then shut up, move to the state and vote for it. I don't agree with that. I don't think it should be I don't think people's civil liberties should be democratized in a lot of cases. I think they should be ensured on a federal level.
Thoughts on the day then?
Yep, that's my opinion.
Binary.
Okay, that's a W take. What do you guys think? That's a W take. You guys agree with that? I agree with that. Listen.
Trump democratized abortion.
So somebody said that Trump democratized abortion.
Trump democratized abortion. If people don't like it, then shut up, move.
So this chatter that's talking to him is saying that Trump made abortion better because he brought it back to the states to decide rather than forcing people to allow abortions in states. And this is how he responded.
To the state and vote for it. I don't agree with that. I don't think it should be I don't think people's civil liberties should be democratized in a lot of cases. I think they should be ensured on a federal level. Yep, that's my opinion.
Yeah, this is a W take. Yeah, that's a good one. I guess cleaning your room can change you, right? You guys hear about that?
Yeah. Oh, was that the Jordan Peterson thing?
No, this is oh, I'm not streaming this for you. I'm sorry, Luke. Oh, I'm so sorry, Luke. My bad. Fuck, Luke. Look at this, Luke.
Oh,
Luke.
yeah.
Luke, you should have talked. Luke.
I was trying to understand what
Talk to me. Talk to Listen.
Trump democratized abortion. If people don't like it, then shut up, move to the state and vote for it. I don't agree with that. I don't think it should be I don't think people's civil liberties should be democratized in a lot of cases. I think they should be ensured on a federal level. Yep, that's my opinion. So
that's all. I didn't finish the rest of it. I'm bored. But 30 seconds in, I'm like, yeah, that's chill. I agree with that. But what do you think, Luke? You just
sorry, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. I was kind of half paying attention. Sorry. So he was trying to say that
it's no problem. Basically, the chatter argued that Trump made abortion better when he went to the Supreme Court, right? And the Supreme Court ruled that Roe v. Wade no longer applies. So abortion isn't federally allowed. It's gone back to the states. And then he's like, oh, that's a good thing because then now the states can decide instead of being forced to perform abortions, they can decide if they want to ban it or not. And Asmongold, this guy, responded by saying, I don't agree with that. I think that I don't think your civil liberties should be democratized like that. I think they should be insured by the federal government. That's my opinion. And I said I agree with that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
But that's the thing with the states. That there seems to be a lot of issues like that where each state decides who can do what. Like, how's like the gay marriage thing? Like, is that a similar case where some states is legal, some states
no,
not,
it used to be until just recently. I thought you would have heard about that. The Supreme Court ruled that gay marriage is constitutionally granted. So every state is enforced. You have to recognize gay marriage, but there is there are a lot of conservatives that are trying to push for that to be repealed, thinking that.
So that's what I'm hearing. Yeah.
Yeah. But that it kind of got quiet a little bit for a while, but Trump and Andrew Tate and these guys are kind of pushing that back up, and now it's kind of like anti-gay again. So, yeah.
Using gay as an insult. Do you remember like when people used to do that? They'd be like, "Oh, this is gay. That's gay."
Yeah, well, what I just did, but I'm doing it jokingly. I don't actually.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I don't think it's gay to be gay.
Like, used to at school in the playground, used to hear that all the time. Like, or I remember like a guy sort of talking about a girl he liked, and someone going, "Oh, that's gay." It's just like,
Someone like one of my friends called this girl cute. He's like, "Why would you say that's so gay?" I'm like, "What?" It's like it's so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like you kissed a girl. Oh,
And then, or there was like this girl that was like, now I'm not into, I'm personally not attracted to muscular women, just so you know. But there's like an Instagram post with this girl that was like really muscular, like pretty muscular, and she's like more than the average woman, and she's like flexing and showing off her muscles. And then somebody retweeted that or something and was like, if you like this, you're gay. And then people are like, I guess being attracted to women means you're gay if you're a straight man, I guess. So funny. Wait.
Yeah, and then Andrew Tate said something like, "Oh, kissing a woman was gay" or something like that. It was something. It was something along those lines.
I am gay indeed. I thought you were Blitz for a second. I was like, he discovered his sexuality. Let's fucking go. But I was wrong. Michael Jackson in a VC last night. It was called Jover. That's what it was. Dude, you reminded me, pathetic pun. It is Jover. I think Blitzpun was the first person that I saw that meme from, like a year or two ago. I forget when it was sent, like a long time ago. I think it was the first one that sent that to me in the Discord. Dude, it's Jover. It's actually Jover. We should like post it. I'm gonna tweet in the morning. I'm gonna post a picture of Biden going like, it's Jover. And then underneath it, there's gonna be and then Faye's gonna retweet this video of me. No way I'm voting for a woman. And then you'll click on my account and it'll say like private or something. And then it'll be like hashtag do better or something like that, you know. It's gonna be so Jover. Oh man, that was funny.
Yeah.
Man, Luke, thanks so much.
Sorry.
I was just saying thanks so much for talking. I'm not saying you have to get off. I wanna keep talking to you because I'm horny. But I appreciate you being here and watching the election with me. This has been fun, and also just kind of talking about life and stuff.
So I now know from whenever you ask me to come and talk, it's because you're horny.
Wait, what? No.
You said you were horny. I was like,
yeah, I was joking. I'm not actually horny. Don't get weird. Also, guys, not to be weird, but I have a sponsor. Please consider downloading that game and getting as far as you can. It'll help me out. If you want to help me out, if you love me, you will do it. If you don't do it, basically, you're admitting that you hate gay people. And I have the proof right here. You already agreed to that when you clicked the agree when you clicked on the app to watch the stream today. It was already worked in there. Tom Clancy is my best buds. I know him through Hassan. I just had to do one little favor. No big deal. And now I'm best buds indirectly with Tom Clancy, the CEO of Twitch. And he gave me full permission to make sure that I write in fine print in that clause. You need the microscope to see it, but you can still technically see it. Therefore, you are liable and have agreed to these rules and regulations. So you are, in fact, homophobic as fuck if you do not click on that game and play it. Also, Luke, you should talk a bit more. You're way better at talking than I
am. What should I talk about?
Let me think. Luke.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask you a more personal question?
All right.
Okay. At any point, if you don't want to answer something, no problem not answering. I don't mean
Is
to
it
be.
about when I lost my virginity?
No. You can include that though. Close though. I was going to ask you about your first relationship and like what the transition was like into this one. I know there was quite a gap. Like not implying it was a rebound by any means. There was a very wide gap, but what was that period like in your life in between?
I tell you what. I'll be very brutally honest here. So me and my first relationship. You know her name, but she's gonna remain nameless. Towards the end of that relationship, I was watching. You were streaming quite consistently during that time, and I never told you this before, but it actually kind of got me through it because the breakup was quite awful, if I'm honest.
Oh no, that's terrible.
Yeah, I didn't talk about it much, and I made it seem okay, but it was quite bad.
Man, you gotta just tell me this shit when it happens. Don't be like, I'm fine.
No, yeah, that's my problem. I'm always like that. I'm always kind of like...
Yeah, I get it. I'm like that too.
But I just didn't know how to deal with it, really. But I do remember, like, you were streaming a lot during that time, and that was really comforting for me.
Oh, wow.
That was kind of my escape a bit, because it was nice. And when we broke up, and I was going through, moving away and things like that, you were streaming quite a bit, and I also was drinking quite a lot during that time, and
I don't know if I ever acted weird while I was interacting with the streams there, if I seemed a bit emotional or whatever. I think I seem to recall I was kind of acting weird. So if I ever did, I am sorry about that. I don't know if you recall if there was any weird interactions.
No, I don't. I just remember little interactions. I remember not really talking too much, and then when we did, it was very superficial, not in a negative way. Just like it was always not about something emotional or deep. It was usually something about like a video game or something funny or interesting, or something pertaining to streaming. Yeah. So like it was never.
I just seem to remember that I acted maybe a little weird, but I think it was because I was just going through a lot of shit.
Yeah, maybe.
But I did remember that your streams were very comforting during that time, and I never really told you that, but I'm telling you that now, and I'm not just saying it. That generally was something that was nice for me at the time, because I was going through a lot. So it made me not want to go into another relationship for a long time, because I'm just not really. Because I know guys who they break up with their girlfriend, and the next day they got a new girlfriend, you know, and it's like that's not me. Like it takes me a long time to get over shit, and especially if I felt a connection with them in some way. So I just didn't want to date. I didn't want to do any of that stuff. And when I did get back into dating, it was painful. That app world is is something else.
Well, tell me about it. What makes that so painful? Hinge.
Because it's just kind of the culture is strange. Maybe it's just because I'm not used to it. Maybe it's just because it's not really my scene. But like, you talk to someone and you assume that it's going well, but there's no clear communication. The thing is that I understand, because there's a lot of shit that women have to go through too. So I guess that's what it is. It's like that, you know, they have to be careful on there, especially. But there was like a couple of times where I went on a date with someone, and I think it went seemingly well, and then they just kind of disappear, and then you're like, kind of like, what do I do? You know, you just kind of like, you feel like you did something terrible, but you didn't really. It's just that it didn't work out, but they didn't want to tell you that. And I guess it's because how often do women, you know, tell a guy, oh, this didn't work out, and the guy reacts violently,
right?
You know,
right.
And so I guess that's really what it was. But I wasn't like angry. I was just kind of like, the lack of communication was just weird to me. And the dating world's like that. And people talk to me and say, yeah, that's just how it is. You just have to deal with it. And I'm just sort of like, I'm not good at that. You know, if someone just kind of disappears and ghosts you, I'm just kind of like, it makes me question myself. I'm kind of like, what did I do wrong? Yeah, you know, just because I was just kind of casual. And that's another thing people say. I've been criticised by people I know who say, look, the problem with you, Luke, is you don't take chances. You just kind of, you're too chill. And people who are dating don't like that. And that's probably true. That's probably part of it. Because when I go on a first date, I don't go in for a kiss. I don't do any of that stuff. Because I'm just like, well, I've just met him. Why am I going to do that? And that's not because I don't want to look like a creep or anything like that. It's just, that's how I am. I wouldn't kiss someone. Like, my first girlfriend, we started out as friends. That's how it started. It wasn't like I just took her out on a date and we just met. We just started as friends. And so dating, I guess maybe it's weird to me because I just met someone and you're under all this pressure to get this date right. That's how I see it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I've got this completely wrong. But it's just, you ask advice from other people and they all have different things. And they seem desensitized to it. And I'm just kind of like, I can't deal with this. This is like too much for me. And I have to take a break from it. I'm just sort of like, this exhausts me. And other people say, how is it exhausting you? I do this all the time. And I'm like, oh, good for you, but I can't. This is exhausting. Like, mentally to me. You know, it's just, you know, good for you guys. You know, your troopers, you know, have to do this every day. But I'm just like, I don't need this. So I just, for a while, I was comfortable alone. I was just comfortable on my own, just kind of not having to worry about, you know, pleasing someone, because that's how it felt like. You know, I was just sort of like, I felt like I was under pressure. But you know, with the girl I'm with now, Golson knows her name. She's Turkish. She was born in Turkey, but she lives in London. You know, she's just I can be myself around her, and it's wonderful. So it's kind of, that's why I think it's going well at the moment. That I don't have to be something I'm not, because that's how I felt when I was dating. Because I was kind of like, should I be like this? Should I be like that? And I just didn't know how to be myself. But with her, I can be myself, and it's a comfortable feeling.
That's wonderful. So you're definitely like a sensitive type. You're like a you're. I think I'm like that too. It's like it is exhausting to go through certain emotions. Like I have that same kind of feeling. I think that a lot of people have with a really rough breakup, from just like losing a friend. So I'm even sensitive to like.
I do know that. Yeah, you've told me before.
So I'm even sensitive to like tensions at work, or like with coworkers, or like, so I'm therefore like I'm a kind of agreeable by nature. I think you and I are kind of both like that. Maybe that's why we're good friends, because like, you know, I feel kind of like an outsider in that way as well. Like I naturally, I've never really dated either. Well, I have kind of, but I've never officialized a date. I've never asked someone with the intent of going on a date before. And like the few times I've like really made a connection on Hinge or one of those dating apps, whatever it was, usually it was like I would connect with someone, or like something we would ask to like things would be going well, and one of them even told me like that I was whatever. I'll just say that even though some responded, like nothing ever came of it ever, and usually it was because no, not always, but it was kind of maybe half and half, but it felt like always I was the one that sent the last message, even if a conversation had gone on for a time. I'd be the last one, and then they wouldn't get back, and I'd be too anxious to like, or not anxious, but I wouldn't want to send another message. So that was like always kind of, that made me just kind of feel kind of depressed, especially considering like, especially doing studies. Like if my height was just like literally 5 inches taller, I think that that number would go up quite significantly, because when it's required to be on there, as I'm not complaining about this, by the way, it's like, that's fine. But that seemed to make a significant difference. Something as simple and superficial as that, very often, especially for, and then perhaps then my problem is that maybe my standards then are just too high to be swiping left or not enjoying a match with someone that doesn't have that standard. But coincidentally, I'm not really attracted to anyone that has so far, or there wasn't a spark or connection so far. Usually, it's the most significant problem. But anyway, yeah. But when it comes to also, it has hit. Oh boy, highness. But if you if I go, if I was in your situation, I think I would have done essentially the same thing, you know. And I agree with you. Yeah, women have a lot to deal with and handle that we do not, and it's a privilege that we don't have to handle some of those issues. But there are a few things that, however few there may be, I think there are a few things that are significant that men uniquely experience, or at least it doesn't have to be even men, but people of personality types that are in our bracket. That's a more accurate way to put it. People that just think like us and feel the way that we do. Respond to certain emotional situations more significantly, like more. It's a lot more powerful of a reaction. So, it's harder to handle, you know, than it seems, because even though it's kind of something that you're used to all the time, like for someone like me, it's like it hits like a train. Something as simple as that, and I can't explain it. It's not like I want it to be, but emotionally it makes me feel that way. So how can I really help it with my brain, you know? That's the problem, is like, if you're overthinking something, you can calm yourself. You can just like listen to music, you can talk to a friend, you can play a video game, you can kind of forget about it and you can chill out. But when it comes to an emotional problem that hurts you like in the heart, then you can't use your brain to fix that. You can't overthink it. And so it's a lot harder to handle, because that will cause your brain to overthink, and then that makes you even more emotionally disturbed, and it's just a mess.
Oh yeah.
So I think what really causes it is, what the real problem, or the real answer there, is just, you know, giving love. It's giving like affection and comfort. So I think that's what we kind of seek, and that's why we get that's why we drive it and seek it more, and are more sensitive, because we happen to be more sensitive to things than most people are. I don't know if you agree with that. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'd be projecting a little bit too much, but that's what I think about when you told me about that. That's what I'm feeling and thinking.
No, I agree too. Yeah, and it's everyone's different, but I think that me and you have a lot in common with I guess how we with how we're affectionate with someone, and like and that year when I broke up with my first serious relationship, it was already a bad year anyway, because before that I'd fallen out with another friend who I don't speak to anymore, and another friend of mine died. So it was kind of like, that was a rough year. So, but those streams during that time, because again, you were streaming consistently during that time, that was very comforting for me, and I do appreciate that, because it really was, it was nice.
Cool. Well, it's nice to hear. Thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, no, it really was.
It's wonderful. So
was there anything else to that question?
Yeah, so when you obviously you had a a rough time for a while, but you got better. And so how did you meet your current girl companion?
We did actually meet on Hinge, believe it or not. I had quit it. I'd quit it for ages and didn't even look at it. And I came back to it one day, and we just happened to match. And then we just met up, and we've just been talking since. So I think we just got lucky, because she had a bad experience on the app as well.
That's interesting. But let me ask you, like, you guys obviously matched, which means like you both saw each other's pictures and bios and
Yeah,
and
she
info.
liked me.
So yeah, of course. My point is, like, what stood out? What did she tell you that stood out to your in your photo? Or like your not your photo necessarily. I just mean, like, let's say you sent her a rose and she opens your profile, or she sees your profile on the feed, and she's like looking through it. Like, did anything in particular stand out? Like a joke you have on there, comment, a photo,
Oh, well, have you ever seen that picture of me of the oranges?
No.
Oh, it's on Instagram somewhere. There's a picture of me holding some oranges. And I was like saying, "Oh, get someone who looks at you like this strange man looks at these oranges." And I'm looking at them very lovingly.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the picture she liked, because I had that on my profile, and it just kind of we're just sort of like joking with each other from there, and then it just spiraled into, well, let's meet up, and then
That's so funny. How cute. So where did you guys go? Did you go to a pub? Did you get drunk?
No, we went to like a Thai restaurant.
Oh,
London.
fancy.
Yeah, because we were just like, "Oh, what kind of food do you like?" And it was like, "Oh, I like this," and we're like, "Oh, I found this restaurant on the internet." And then we just went there, and then we just talked about it. We have quite a lot in common. She likes games as well, so she loves Half-Life and Portal and stuff like that.
Well, that's fucking sick. Also, Pathetic Pawn, what the fuck? He has returned. And Luki Poo, what did you say? Oh yeah, I
was
heard
just saying,
you.
like the games she likes Half-Life and stuff like those kind of games.
Yeah, all that.
So
jazz.
we had quite a bit in common, and like even the same films, like the same like kind of other geeky stuff we both liked.
Wonderful.
So yeah, it just clicked, It was nice.
Dude. Oh man. We didn't get any Trumpies to call in. Fuck.
I know.
Also, sorry to disrupt the emotional moment there. That's cool that you met up in that way and that you guys like actually click and have a lot in common, because what's cool is like she's also like, yeah, she's very, very good looking. Like you guys like compliment each other well, like visually. There's something about it. It feels like you guys like if you were to draw a couple and a character like in a book or an anime or something, it would be like that kind of representation.
Okay.
Artistically. I really don't want to go, but I have to. I got work in the morning. I don't have to go to work. Oh.
Fair enough, Faye.
I don't want to, but I have to.
Can I tell a funny Faye story before Faye goes?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, it's up to her, I guess.
Because it just sprung to my mind. I remember one time Faye was streaming Overwatch. And what was it? Debatings was there. And I can't remember what started this, but we were talking about my brother. And and Debatings was saying something about marrying my brother. And then I think Faye asked me, "Oh, what would you think, Luke, if Debatings was like your brother-in-law or something like that?" And I was sort of like, "Oh yeah, that would be nice." And then Faye, without even like, after I said, "Oh, that would be nice," right? Because already Faye and Debatings were kind of roasting each other like they usually did. Yeah, I said, "Oh yeah, that'd be nice, Debatings being my brother-in-law." And like, Faye, without even missing a beat, Faye was like, "That'd be a fucking nightmare." And she didn't even hesitate. Faye did not hesitate. And I always think about it. I was like, that'd be a fucking nightmare.
Word.
Yeah. And Debatings was just like, just saying that he would like have sex with me and all that, and like, all the usual. Did I lie?
Did I lie?
I mean, you have to take that up with Debatings. Debate with Debatings.
Debate with Debatings, indeed. Well then. Oh my word. Oh my word. Maybe we should ask if Trenton will get in here.
Oh. Speaking of debates.
Yes, we'll see.
The hot dog story. I mean, that's another good one. Hot dog story. Yeah. there's a few stories. And the story about me going to hospital, but I could probably save that for another time. The Debatings almost spilled out.
Well, man, that's crazy. People who don't believe in dinosaurs might be in the office, the cabinet, the administration.
Yeah, I'm still not over that one.
Well, at least Christmas might be fun this year. You would know if you were not in my chat. What does self-love mean to you, Luke? Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata.
Sorry, I'm high.
I can tell. I remember that time you were streaming with Storm Swift about what was it, Mario Party? I could tell right there. I was like, they are high.
Oh my word.
And then you were like saying, "Luke, I want to take a shot with you."
Yeah.
Right now.
Like right now. That's quite funny.
Where are you right now? I want to take a shot.
Oh my goodness gracious. I can't believe Trump won, guys. That's crazy. I can believe it.
Has he won?
I can. Guys, yeah, he has. Let's be honest. You want to see a confirmation? Let's check this shit out.
Like, why couldn't he have just
Watch
been
them
on, like...
talking about this. They're doing a post-mortem, dude. This is a post-mortem. Wait, they ended stream already?
The offices and departments.
This, yeah, it's looking likely.
Jeez.
Oh my god, that was
brutal. Oh, look at that. Red Sylvania.
I gotta go. You gotta admit, America does elections better than anybody else, though, right? These have been dramatic elections. Very dramatic.
You think they're gonna lose these?
Steve, are you prepared?
They'll probably lose this.
They'll probably lose Wisconsin. Maybe Michigan.
Oh shit.
Maybe lose Minnesota.
There's a lot of Muslims in Minnesota.
Are there
They're
really
mostly
a lot?
Michigan.
No, it's in Minnesota.
No, it's Michigan. Michigan is where they.
Man.
Wow.
At least this guy said live until the first network calls it.
Super affectionate with his son, and you know, I loved seeing that as like an example for young men. It sucks that we don't get to have someone like him in a position of leadership to set that kind of example, because, I think that's the kind of approach to mentorship and fathering that produces the best results. Is somebody who is masculine in his own way, but vulnerable and supportive and outwardly affectionate. Like, these are kind of things that I want to see from young men. And boy, now we got to contend with another 4 years of this guy setting this example. And I think one of the challenges is going to be to not get so spiteful about this outcome that you just become so ugly that you can't get through to people like that. So I think whatever needs to happen with calculation
That's a good point.
and intention.
I'm not gonna be happy about Trump's example, and I can already see that kind of stuff having an effect on the young kids' minds.
It's not gonna be easy to disentangle this, but I'm gonna pull somebody else in here. Is good chatting with you. I appreciate you spending the
That's
time
not
with me on
good.
the stream today, and take care of yourself this week.
So has he won?
Thanks, I appreciate it.
All right, man.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a bunch of people in here. Caveman, can you hear me, buddy?
Hutch, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, man? Where are you from?
I live in.
That's fun. I won't bully you at all, man.
How you feeling tonight?
I'm not gonna bully you. I just want to talk to you.
Yeah.
I want to understand, especially if you voted for Trump. I'm not. What the fuck? Why are you acting high? You're high.
You are high.
Oh my god. Yeah, technically, Luke. Also, whose side are you on?
Why do you think this happened?
I'm on the side of facts.
Facts don't care about your feelings. I see. Good one. Well, how about this? What are facts without feelings? Useless. They have no purpose. Hakuna Matata. One man vapor.
It'd be funny if someone actually pretends to be a Trump supporter just to help you out. Come on, man! I need to understand someone. And someone comes out as a Trump supporter. Whoa! As it happens. So,
That's what I'm saying, Phantomus. Bro. Fuck you guys. Fuck you too. Bro just turned into Biden Shapiro. What are you talking about? All right. She comes in with the sword. What the? That's funny.
I love how Ben Shapiro's method of reviewing the film is just talking about how woke it is. On a scale of 1 to 10, how woke is it? 10, so it's a terrible film.
Some of the early exit polls did not indicate that, so we started to see some of these exit polls, and it was very confusing.
Accidentally voted red.
For CNN and MSNBC,
How does that happen? I accidentally.
for voters was democracy, which at first thought was like, oh, you would think that would be good for Kamala, but it wasn't really clear.
110.
I wondered, I was like, well, that can kind of be interpreted.
It's ruining movies.
110. Kind of, but I don't think wokeism in movies is that big of a deal. I think people are tripping over nothing. That's the thing. Guys, look. In my humble opinion, I do think Rey kind of demonstrates some elements they kind of shoved just for the sake that she was a woman. That's my opinion. That's a sense that I get, and I can't really escape that. And I don't feel that way about virtually any other character in any movie ever that has a female lead, ever that I can think of at all, except that character. And but and so I empathize with people that are upset about it. I'm not that triggered or upset about it at all, but I empathize with people. I get it, but that should have no bearing on who you vote for. That should have no bearing on who you vote for. Yeah, that's what I mean to say. And then I think that rhetoric did lead to Trump winning. See, that was
Funny
it's a coherent thought.
Someone brought up Transformers. Did you ever watch Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen?
I don't know, but I did watch a Transformers Robots in Disguise show when it was out.
Yeah, because the Michael Bay films were big at the time, obviously. And the first one, I remember watching the first one when it came out. And I remember thinking, oh, that was alright. Like, I didn't mind it. And then I saw Revenge of the Fallen. And I swear to God, that was a film where it felt like it was never going to end. It was the most boring thing I remember watching. And, like, I remember thinking, oh, wow, I can't wait for this plot to kick in. And then, like, 2.5 hours later, it's still, like, nothing was happening. It was like Optimus Prime dies or something halfway through. They've got to bring him back. And then Sam brings his, like, annoying friend with him. And then they got, like, all these stereotypical Transformers that have, like, golden teeth and they talk ghetto. And it was just like, the whole film, that's all I remember. The whole film was just random things like that. And I remember just absolutely hating Revenge of the Fallen.
Sorry about that.
I just remember the whole film was just nothing but noise and just crashing and explosions. And like, I'm not a Michael Bay I'm not a Michael Bay snob. There's a couple of films he's done I've liked, but that film I just remember that made me. It put me off Transformers. Well, the Michael Bay Transformers anyway. I just couldn't stand it. And I remember like 2.5 hours in, it was still going, and I was thinking, when will this end? And then I walk out of it. My friend was like, "Was that, bro? That was amazing." And I'm like, did we watch the same film? Because I couldn't stand it.
Where they're like, oh, we need to stick to the operating procedure. We need to we need to keep things civil. But obviously they
I mean, yeah, fair enough. A lot of yeah, good night, Faye. A lot of people did like Revenge of the Fallen. I was probably the one person that just couldn't sit with it. I don't know why. There was something about it that irritated me.
I just got a book idea. Good night, Faye. I'm gonna write this book idea down.
What's the book idea?
Shut up, it's private. Just kidding. It's a novel idea.
Gotta watch this dog movie, High.
Poor Lichtman, man. He's probably fucking. He's in it tonight. He is down bad.
I'll phrase it. His name crossed Destiny's desk more than 13 times. Is that a little more topical?
Earnestly, look for the keys. Like people are actually hopeful about that.
Silver, look up Trump versus the Illuminati. It's about a Chinese clone of Donald Trump fighting demons in hell.
Like what was going on? Again, I'll stop talking about Destiny. That's just.
It sounds so fake, but it's real, I swear. Oh, I believe it, Waylon.
But
yeah,
it does sound real.
I don't know. Like Lichtman said, like we needed to see Garland. Go
Yes, that's he was going to clean his room, but he got high.
Sooner. We needed
yeah, who's some? How dare you?
Situation to be expedited. We didn't need to be sitting on a situation where she could run out the clock, because I thought, honestly, the document situation would have been the best nail in the coffin to get people to say, "Hey, this guy's actually needs to go to jail."
The document case was so open and shut.
I haven't heard that in so long.
More esoteric and like
you.
the legal theories. As
hey,
far
look
as
at
the
you.
RICO case in Georgia, and the DC case for the January 6th stuff. But
Fuck you.
The documents case was so open and shut. Like he lied to the FBI.
All right, boys.
He suborned his.
Oh man.
He, convinced his subordinates to lie to the FBI. He asked his lawyers to lie to the FBI.
What happens to your country now that Trump is president?
Unfortunately, now this essentially means that the Jack Smith
just
stuff
probably
is
more far right propaganda.
Oh man. We'll have to be fighting against the television people. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be television internet people. It'd be YouTube, and then there's gonna be like Rumble kick people instead of cable television. It's gonna be like that. But the television Rumble is gonna have more funding, and that's why it's gonna make it like more television media level. Is what I mean to say. Like huge budget is what those people are gonna have. We're gonna be the underdogs. We're not gonna be in the A-list shit anymore. Ain't gonna happen.
We're too woke.
Blitz, first of all, who did you vote for? And secondly, how the heck would we even do 1v1 Among Us?
Possible?
Guns more or gone after guns less? You mean? What do you mean?
Way less. Because I'm very. I will say it. You know, I've been voting Democrat since I could vote. I'm 33. I started voting literally at 19. I think was when I first voted for Obama the second time around.
Yeah.
For his second term. But over time, the one issue that I've kind of held over from going from more of like a moderately conservative person to being a lot more liberal is, you know, I don't see a reason why we would, you know, go through these. Yeah, I don't see a reason why we would be focusing on the tool itself. I've actually found that I think that it'd probably be better to focus on the root causes of the problems that we're seeing, if for no other reason than for political efficacy. Because I think that a lot of independents probably will look at and maybe they don't express it in every single poll, but a lot of independents will look at the situation and say, okay, well, the Democrats are good on this, this, and this, but they're going to take my AR-15 away. And while you may or may not think that that's a valid concern, they think it's a valid concern. And if you're trying to be politically efficacious and actually sway voters, you can't be giving them that thought, even in the back of their mind.
I think I agree with you, but for maybe not the reason that you might expect. The reason why maybe I agree with you is because me personally, I've become completely black-pilled on any kind of gun reform actually getting done in this country. Of course, there was a gun reform bill that was signed this year. I mean, it did some good things, but it was very limited in terms of how far it could go, and it was a bipartisan, you know, gun bill, so it wasn't gonna be super expansive. But for me, I've lived through Columbine. I've lived through countless mass shootings, but Sandy Hook is obviously the most, like, I think relevant thing to point to. Like, if we can
closer to home for you, or I guess.
No, I mean, like, if we could see something like Sandy Hook happen and then not do gun reform after that, I have no reason to think that we could even do gun reform, even if I think it would be good policy. So for me, I just don't talk about guns a lot. I don't think about guns a lot. It's just not a top of mind issue for me.
Man, fuck
because
you.
I just don't see any path forward. So maybe you're right. Maybe they shouldn't have even talked about like assault rifles or whatever. I don't know. It's a little too early for me to do like armchair quarterbacking about what exactly happened. I'm gonna reserve that sort of opinion until we get more information.
No, and Hutch, I absolutely agree with you. Like I'll even say this just so that you don't think I'm burying the lead a little bit. I'm generally anti-gun control, even being a Democrat. But
I mean, there's a lot of people like you.
Yeah, there's a. Well, it makes me feel good, but that doesn't make me feel good about tonight. But what I'm saying is
there's a lot of Democrats that
I would love to have a deep dive on that with you. Granted, I know I sound like I'm punching way above my weight class because I've been watching your videos for a while, man. I love your content.
I just don't have a strong opinion about gun control because I don't see a path. So I'm really practical. I think I try to not think about. Try not to spend a lot of time thinking about things that I don't think are useful. And so, you know,
I agree with that. I guess my main thing is that I do see the community of individuals who are pro 2A. They're almost unilaterally Republican.
I think it is a sleep, actually.
I see that they
I'm listening to this podcast.
Especially when you see guys like Brandon Herrera.
You can jump in,
rubbing shoulders with major congressional
or ask a
figures,
question.
As bad of people as they might be, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think that they have just enough exposure to be able to sway voters in a way where, as much as I know that there are a lot of Republicans who would say we don't want to ban abortion, and maybe they're still holding out hope that the bans aren't going to come on like the federal level, and I think they voted poorly if they voted for Trump tonight. I do see that, at least from a political standpoint, this is probably that one similar abortion issue from the opposite side where a lot of independents said, I just can't pull the lever for Kamala. Like, we could go into a deep dive about, go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was going to say, that's another part of this story that we haven't even touched on yet. So like Rovember happened in 2022. It was a bit of a meme. Like there was like, there was like some meme with like some woman and she was part wave, part human. And there was the text that said Rovember is coming. And a lot of lefties kind of mocked it, but it happened. It literally happened. There was a huge backlash to the Dobbs decision. And there was some evidence that the Dobbs decision led to or contributed to a lot of really good results for Democrats in special elections all over the country. And I was very confident that issue would remain
no punctuation was impossible. I had a stroke reading that.
This election, it doesn't look like it is nearly as salient as I thought it would be, which is so surprising. Well, it's
that
so
breaks my heart
surprising
because as much as I am pro 2A, I'm also extremely pro-choice. So. Right. That really breaks my heart that didn't sway more voters, especially because of the messaging that Trump engaged in the past 2 weeks, where he's like, "Oh, I'm protecting you. Women are protected under Trump." It's like if you could think of more Handmaid's Tale language than that, I don't know what else would be.
The fear is that people will kind of settle into this new normal of this. Oh, Trump's coming on, so I'm going to go ahead and pull you out. We're going to watch this. Hey, I really enjoyed this conversation. Thanks for coming on.
I appreciate it, man. I hope you'll bring me up again. But hey, thank you so much for what you do. And we'll hopefully talk to you soon. We'll at least watch you.
Take it easy, brother. I feel bad. I didn't mean to cut him off. I got to mute that because of DMCA. Who does he got with him? Who's this guy here?
Dude, I had a genius idea. I'm gonna make a little like puppet pals, but of the politics streamers. So I'm gonna have like a puppet pals of like this guy, but like a little puppet version. It's just like little puppet, like little potato head, with like a little Google eyes and little fuzzy hair.
Is that the old Harry Potter thing?
Yeah. But there's like more posable, and then they have little hands, and like you can make them move and stuff. And be able these political streamers, and they're gonna be like, bah, 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 and but they talk in the same punctuation as a streamer does. So how Destiny kind of like stims like an autistic dude, like he kind of goes like this, like he's always like this. He's like busy, he talks with his hands. He's very flamboyant with his hands. So he goes like blah, 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 blah. And then he screams and he's like yeah, he's like all normal. He's like yeah, and he grabs his head, like he screams, like he freaks out, and make a little puppet do that, and but something with little hands, like little potato hands for his like big potato shaped head, and little puppets, but they're gonna talk like like little like cutesy voices like that, and that's it, like little puffs, and I'm gonna make that and post on YouTube, little puppet versions of all these things. I bet that might get some traction.
Have you ever seen Smiling Friends?
Yes, I have. I love that show.
I love that show. Like there's some, I think it was on Adult Swim, like they done a thing where they took bits from the show but with puppets, so they made actual puppet like replicas of the characters. It was really cool. Like Mr. Frog and all that. Me and Phil, right, we always, like, when we call each other, we often we open with hello. With Mr. Frog, we're like hello. So that always cracks us both up. Sorry, not sorry. Hello. He just eats people. I'll tell you what though, the guy, one of the guys that created Smiling Friends, Zach something, I can't remember. He goes by the screen name on YouTube of Psychic Pebbles. He does an amazing Trump impression. It's really funny.
Homie got a whoa. Having them uh-oh.
Like he called the H3 podcast pretending to be Trump, and he was talking shit about someone on the podcast. He's like talking about how this person's a fraud. You gotta look it up. It's like it's the guy. Yeah, it's one of the creators of Smiling Friends.
Or potentially a body double.
Doing an impression of Trump, and it does sound like Trump calling the podcast and just talking shit about the podcast. He's like saying stuff
Jordan,
like,
are you with us?
Listen, hello. I invested heavily. I stole.
So the president is connecting. I just got word. I can't hear the president.
Mr. President, it's clear you have a strong opinion and a lot to say about Slenderman. we didn't quite hear most of it, but I hope the audience out there watching the stream did.
Is he on Air Force One right now or something?
Yeah, President, are you on Air Force One or what's going on here?
We are totally bombing all of the countries. World War III has officially started. It's total chaos.
Well, as interesting as that line of discussion might be, I'm actually more curious to know, what do you think of these weird Nintendo? Nintendo just sent out these little original NES game pads that kind of slide into the side of your Switch system. You know what I'm talking about? They just recently sent those out, and you had to, in order to get them.
Look at what she was done with the company, and boy, she turned that company around. But you look at Mario, and you look at Link and Zelda, and the whole thing, and it doesn't make
the whole
sense.
thing.
Okay. I look at Mario, I say, what is he? It doesn't make sense. Why does he want any of it? Okay, but they're totally failing, from what I understand. Just so you get it, they're failing, and they're in the dumpster. Okay. What you should really invest in is the new Soldier Boy console. That's what the money's at. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've been hearing good things about the Soldier Boy console, so that's a really good thing. What do you? What,
yeah,
sorry to interrupt. No, what do you think about this whole digital streaming channel that lets you watch Nickelodeon?
Well, you look at Digimon, and they evolve differently than Pokemon. Pokemon are 1, 2 tons, okay? But Digimon, they sometimes have 3, 4, 5, up to 5. They're saying evolution. So we're looking into and it's not something we like, but we have to look into it, okay?
Mr. President, I just have to ask, you brought up Digimon. Micah Huckabee has famously come out and said that he doesn't believe in Digi-evolution. He doesn't believe that Digimon can digivolve. What is your take on that, Mr. President?
I think if you put certain people up compared to a Digimon, right? In other words, I think of Huckabee, right? They're calling him Huckabee. If Huckabee went to the Digiverse, right? He got teleported through the circuits. I think it would be a very different story, just so you understand.
Yeah, that's a pretty. I mean, I can't disagree with the president there.
Mr. President, as you all know, the Power Rangers was a very popular show in the 90s. Now, a lot of people say the pink Power Ranger was the most powerful, but many also say the red Power Ranger was the most powerful.
Well, you understand. You look at the Power Rangers, and the black one was black. I don't know what was going on there, but it was a total disaster. I don't really talk about it, but that's okay. But go ahead.
What do you think of Japanese candies? I mean, are you familiar with these little mushrooms?
So you look at Japanese women, and they look a little bit younger than the rest of the world, right? That's okay. But it's legal. The whole thing is legal. And they're saying that people go there to, white people go to Japan because the women there are so young, and they think that they're going to like white guys. But that's not the case. So a lot of these men are disappointed, okay?
But, Mr. President, what do you think about the treats, the Japanese treats like the Pokey,
Hello Panda.
Hello Panda, some of these mushroom-shaped
little please stop avoiding the question.
Ramune soda. How do you feel about these cute, delightful
you're really
candies?
avoiding
I am totally, but just so you understand, okay? You people print this fake stuff, okay? But this is what the truth is, okay? I'm telling you. Here it is, okay? I am totally kawaii. I love anime. It's epic, okay? That's what I love, okay? I keep telling you people, but they won't print it. I keep saying it, but they won't print it. So I'm saying it now. I love the Japanese culture. I love the pictures, right? The cartoons.
Now, Mr. President,
And they have superpowers, and I think it's great. Okay.
now, Mr. President, do you consume hentai, or do you think that hentai should be legal? I know a lot of hentai depicts very young girls in it, and a lot of people find that questionable. What do you think about this type of hentai that depicts very young girls, Mr. President?
Well, I was sitting there, and I never heard of this. I said, hentai, I didn't know about it. I said, tell one of my top people came up to me. And they said, Mr. President, what do you think of hentai? I said, I've never heard of it. So they gave me a laptop with this hentai on it, and they left me alone for about 1 hour. But you look at these pictures, and they're horrible. And there's these things, and the girls look so young, but they like it, and so do I. But that's okay. We can't talk about that because they don't like it. But you look at these tentacles fucking women.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. That's one. That's like the first time I think I've ever cried laughing. And that's so funny.
So I was sitting there.
They
gave me a laptop.
They said my dad was that time. And then we left for about 1 hour. But you look at you look at these pictures. And they're horrible. They're horrible. These things. I love it. I love it. I keep saying I love it, but they won't print it. I keep saying I love it, but they won't print it. So.
It's okay.
Okay. Oh, listen. I understand it. Okay. Just understand. Go back to Someone slap me out of it. The point is, what's so great about this humor is that he does the impression and voice so fucking spot on. The punctuation is on fucking point. That when it's like imperceivable, indiscernible. And then he just straight goes in to like the same tone about the intricacies of Pokemon evolution.
Yeah.
and in the same tone, and then you're like, it's like no way, because it feels so real, and that's what's so funny. It feels so real, and in some way, it is. That's kind of.
Yeah, there's another one I saw because I haven't seen this one before, but there's another one I saw where he's just talking about Sasquatches and goblins and trolls, and he's like trying to get them out of the country or something.
Really?
He's talking like he's convinced that goblins are real, elves are real, and then like he's like saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna get the Sasquatches out of the country." Honestly, he's like, talking about it like in such a serious tone that it's just hilarious. Because I could imagine Trump saying all those things. It's just funny. He's talking about spiders as well, like spiders. I think there was one where he was talking about spiders crawling into the nuclear codes or something. He's like trying to pick it off. He's like, pesky thing, pesky spider. Crawling on the nuclear codes. Yeah, I probably will need to head off now.
Yeah, that sounds good. It's been yeah, same. It's been fun, Luke. Thanks for coming on and talking about all this. It's been really fun and very funny.
Yeah, I'm glad I joined. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Yeah. I guess I'll see ya, and we'll do this again sometime.
Yeah, sure, definitely. All right, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, have a good one.
Have a good one. See you around.
And with that, I'll see you guys too. Thanks for chilling. It's been really fun. And next time I come on, don't worry, probably won't be about this. Unless it's like a YouTube video upload of clips from this, I might do that. But not like another stream. Next stream will probably just be about like a video game or something. I really want to do like a full Donkey Kong thing. fun ideas planned. But I do have other like podcast related ideas, but it won't go into like politics necessarily. It'll go into like some other concepts and ideas. Yeah, but I hope you guys enjoy that. In the meantime, thanks so much for chilling, and I'll see you guys later.